contact with a moat. So Aug's actually weaker as a result of these changes. Preservation, rewind healing has been increased by 200% outside of raid. That's good because that ability sucked for Prez. Rewind healing, though, is no longer increased by 67, but it's a trade-off. You're getting 133. It doesn't work exactly like that, but it's still more than it was before. Marithra's Blessing increases the direct healing of Dream Breath by 250%, up from 125%. And Dream Breath's direct healing is just getting a 20% buff. Marithra's Blessing reverses 1% damage down from 2 on targets with reversion. So that's probably the raid nerf, right? Because Preservation is doing really well in raid, but not good in smaller group content. So this damage reduction is probably good in raid or something. So bringing that down means they can bring up the healing of other spells. I mean, these are pretty big. We'll have to see the PvP section because I feel like if they haven't done anything about healer damage, that's still going to be a really important factor. Survival actually got buffs, 35% on auto attack damage, and Wildfire Bomb got 20% on primary target. Raptor Strike got a 10% buff. Raptor Swipe will deal 35 to 70% increased damage to his primary target, up from 25 and 50. And they fix an issue causing Sanctified Armaments to be modified by damage taken and damage dealt increases. I don't know what that means. If that means it's doing more or less by those modifications, I don't know. But the rest of it is buffs. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect Survival Hunter. Maybe I did, actually. No, I think I said it would probably be the same. So that's kind of unexpected. BM Hunter is getting buffs, but seemingly not in PvP. Barbed Shot, 35% more damage. Cobra Shot, 100% more damage. Dark Ranger, Black Arrow initial damage increased by 50%, but not in PvP. So the Dark Ranger build is the one that I think is starting to creep up for BM and PvP, so this is probably good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the Delve challenge with how badly they just ripped the damage out of Guardian Druid, bro. I don't know if an unkillable meatball is going to be enough to do the Delve challenge. Marksmanship, Sentinel fixed an issue caused Sanctified Armaments to be modified by damage taken and damage dealt increases. I have a feeling we're going to see Marksman Hunter changes in the PvP section because this is very light. I don't know. This isn't very specific with how big of a deal that was, so I'm not sure. Arcane Mage, they buffed Arcane Blast by 25%. I like that. I like Arcane Blast hitting hard. I feel like every Arcane Mage would love if Arcane Blast was actually an ability they could use like in PvP. So you're getting a single target buff in PvE, and then that's a buff in PvP. They're buffing Barrage as well. I can't believe they're buffing you in PvE. They're actually buffing you. Oh, but they're nerfing the orb build, I think. So they're buffing your direct spells and nerfing the orb build. Maybe Arcane Missiles comes back. Arcane Cleave. Additional targets receive 40% of Arcane Barrage's damage down from 60. So the Barrage Cleave is getting nerfed a lot. Spell Slinger, Splintering Orbs damage bonus reduced to 10% from 25. And Controlled Instincts Cleave percentage reduced to 40 from 60. That's a
It's actually a nerf.
lot of cleave reduction for a very small amount of... Like in PvP, this will probably feel like more of a nerf, depending on what's down below for PvP changes. And I think Arcane was already kind of not the best mage spec in PvP. So that might feel really harsh. They're not doing anything to Frost? I can't believe they're not doing anything to Frost. Frost is so good in PvE. I mean, maybe there's something in the PvP section. I legitimately cannot believe that there's nothing for Frost after what I've been seeing, at least. For Fire, Ignition now increases Flame Strike's Ignite damage by 15% down from 50. We're nerfing Ignite?
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this, a 10,000 milliamp hour battery that's already...
Is this shit not live again?
Or is that just...
Okay, so it says my TikTok's live. Wait, where's the fucking... Oh yeah, we're live. What the hell? He's tripping. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's, why the fuck am I dead?
alive. We're not too late. Quickly, champion. I'll hold the rift open for you. You can jump through and rescue her.
This doesn't feel that good.
Is anyone there? I need help. My friends won't believe this. Oh, you're not with the Vanguard. Not that I mind the rescue. Who was that woman you were with? Was that the High Exarch's wife? That's the big bastard that brought me here. Time to light him up!
I guess in pure single target, it doesn't feel that bad. Interesting. Okay.
Champion, you made it, and you managed to rescue the officer.
Oh, my light. It really is you. This is amazing!
What? You not
With the beast slain, I can get back to camp on my own.
Then I will take my leave. It's been ages since my family was together, and Erator wanted to talk to me.
We back, boys. We back. We made it. Holy shit. How do we feel about this? I feel like
You struck down our son?
What happened at the Amani Pass was my failing, not the lights. I will.
yeah, so we're caught up on that. I feel like okay. We've got everything to do. And we can keep us some PvP. Let's see this. I want to figure out what's going on in arenas a little bit. But we gotta keep he's back on the menu, boys. Cooking in voice. I'm gonna start with 0 sparks. Say 1 spark per count to 64 sparks right now. Straight slaying. Let's go, bro. That's huge. That's huge, bro. Yeah, you're cooking. You are cooking, my boy. Yeah, there's a lot of changes that are coming through really soon here. Really, really soon here. But I guess the good news is some of our classes are getting buffed. Bad news is I think our mains are getting nerfed. I think, but I did not see any changes for Frost. Which means I may just need to bring Frost to raid. I'm considering right now. Arena's ready. Kids are kind of fast. Interesting.
These invaders are not protected by Zuljara. They forfeited that right by invading.
Let's see how this feels, honestly. Is it twos? I feel like Celestial Guardian's actually really solid. I can open on the wrong dude. Oh, okay. So the 100 just did half a mil that fast. Interesting. Keep rolling with Demon for now to have like I've got it mastered unless Demon gets hit so hard that Skib doesn't want it in red, or I won't go to Destro yet. Yeah, dude, definitely just learn Demo. It's totally fine. I think it'll be okay, but we're gonna check the patch notes just to make sure. It does look a little bit concerning. I guess we'll see though. Are you serious? Oh my god, bro. Bagnon's actually preventing me from using a potion right now. I would have just died right there because of that. It's actually so troll. Holy fuck. I don't know, man. This build doesn't feel that great. It feels clunky. It just feels clunky, bro. Uh, 55% is huge. Yeah, concerning the rest of the classes untouched, that's still big, and I think it is contentious. Just know where Season 2 PvP vendor is. I'm gonna go get that set for Mog. I would just wowhead it, bro. I don't remember which one. Literally Season 2. Am I missing out on a big one? I thought I had Season 2 Glad. I don't remember. Look, why didn't I grab? What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm lagging again. Jesus fucking Christ. I get open on here. I'm dead. I mean, I did not have a single fucking healer with me. And also, I'm lagging again. This is like fucking unplayable. I'm literally gonna bitch my internet provider out so fucking hard. I cannot wait. These guys are actually fucking terrible. Oh my god. Never get Xfinity, chat. Never get Xfinity. These guys have been the worst experience of my entire fucking life with the internet. Not even gonna lie. At least once a day. At least once a day, I lose internet service. In the middle of my stream. Which means I probably lose it like multiple times a day, actually, realistically. Oh my god. Rogues, bro. These guys are so AIDS. Sap. 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 Girl. cheap shot, kidney, cheap, runaway, resell. I'm actually just dead to the Shadow Berserker? That's fucking crazy. Am I just dead to Shadow Priest damage? Oh, okay. There's the rogue again. Hog. Holy fuck. End this shit. What's up, pre-mid? Full type pre-mid. Makes sense. Oh my god. So AIDS queuing into this, bro. Oh my god, dude. The beginning of the season is so fucking aged with pre-mids, I'm not even gonna lie. Because the RBGs aren't out, rank's not out, so all these guys are doing is literally just terrorizing people, getting their gear. It's so annoying. But anywho, it do be like that sometimes. Rogues are absolutely disgusting right now. I cannot stand that class right now. Look at this. He's just terrorizing everybody, bro. Don't worry, he'll just vanish and leave. Yep. Disgusting, bro. Gets gripped in, vanish. Rogue was my first main 20 years ago. Rogues are absolutely disgusting, bro. Rogues are busted as fuck right now, specifically sub rogue. I mean, the other two specs are like, they're good, like they're fine, right? But sub rogue is just absolutely terrorizing all content right now. PvE, PvP, everything. Arenas, I mean, everything, bro. Sub rogues are just out of control right now. So are Guardian Druids. Guardian Druids are just fucking out of control too, bro. All content, just absolutely out of control. I don't think people know like how busted they are. I mean, the burst damage looks kind of good. Not gonna lie. The burst damage looks kind of good. Oh shit, my bad. The Q was actually that fast. Was that an arena Q? Was that a skirm Q? I thought that was a BG Q. Oh well. I don't know, man. Boomkin like feels alright, but it's definitely underperforming. Like, it's definitely underperforming. Which is like, it's okay. Like, some of the classes have to, you know, be underperforming at all times, really. Like, you can't be the strongest class always. But it feels, I guess it feels kind of disappointing, that's all. What build am I using? This is the Keeper of the Grove build. It's more of a PvP style, like it'll be similar to the raid build. Except you'll take mushroom with raid. I'm messing around a little bit with it. It just doesn't feel good enough, to be honest. It's like nowhere near like Lock Mage or really any of the other casters. So I would probably take Sunseeker Mushroom over Power of Goldrun. It's just not proccing enough. Ideally, Power of Goldrun procs to get you the burst go, and then you have your Star Surge just to dump behind it, right? So basically, you build with Wrath. Your Goldruns are proccing, right? Getting you like random Star Surges, softening your target up, and then you dump Star Surges onto them, right? Right now, that doesn't really feel like the case. It's just, I mean, I have seen it go crazy. I've seen it proc 5 times in a row, and I've also seen it not proc for 4 minutes straight, you know? And it's like, okay, like, there's just no consistency on it, I guess. On, like, when it procs, it just goes crazy.
I need to target some
I don't know. Yeah, it feels bad, honestly. Just comparatively. Starfall builds feel pretty good. Outside of Starfall builds, though, yeah, you're pretty cooked. Ooh, that's a big one. Major coalescing essence. Where's the big guy at? Oh, there it is.
too far away.
Yo, good morning, Death Barbie. How are you? You saw a guy who's guilding his fellowship with a ping. Oh man, I mean that's me right now, fam. My ping is so bad. Okay, so this is like the single target full go here. I mean, we have someone tanking for you. Obviously, it's nice, right? So it looks like we're gonna be doing about like 30k to 32k single target, which it'll actually be higher. Cause I'm messing around with the build right now. So here's a big anguish, right? Dot up, throw your shift, get into solar, throw your beam, 1, and then you'll basically spend 3. Oh, this guy's slapping me. What the hell? 3, and then you incarn, and then you just go into your full rotation. I gotta stun this guy thing. Kind of hurts. I guess what I don't like is that it feels kind of clunky, man. That's all. I guess. Lots of toe buns. Yeah, it honestly kind of is, bro. But it's getting a big buff. We were actually just checking this out. So, like, we got big buffs coming. They're also not touching Frost Mage. This is Super Tease. He's a AWC caster. He's a PvP guy, but he goes over a lot of the patch notes and stuff. So I'll probably keep checking this out in a sec here after we finish this hunt and the world quest or whatever. Let's queue it for VG and keep running. But it feels kind of bad, bro. In short, right? Like, so I play Mage Lock, Boomkin, and Shadow Priest, right? So like basically a ranged DPS flex. And Mage and Lock feel outstanding, but they're also getting nerfed, right? They actually feel good and fun to play. Boomkin, its playstyle feels fun, but you're noticeably weaker than everybody else on all content except for like uncapped Mythic plus AoE pulls. Because your starter fall can obviously hit everything, right? So you ready to head to Sam's Club soon? Ooh, what you getting at Sam's Club? Yeah, I feel like Boomkin just needs some juice, for sure. It just needs damage, straight up. And its survivability is like okay. It's like okay. It's not good, but it's okay. So I guess I'm not like disappointed in the survivability as much as I am like disappointed when I pop Incar and nothing feels really that good. The Elune build with Starfall like is okay at best, right? But I mean, like, okay, so here we go. Single target. We'll pop everything here and just kind of see how it feels. It just doesn't feel good, man. Your Solar Bolt and your Star Surge feel a lot better than they did in beta. So I will give them that. And they are about to buff it. But overall, still weak. With both builds, the Mythic Plus or the Mythic Plus or the Keeper of the Growth Raid build. Both of them feel like significantly underperforming. So like this will be an AoE pull, and we're also just getting slapped, bro. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Okay, so we Incarn, triple Starfall, and we should like be ripping here theoretically. See, like, and we actually like die there, dude. It's kind of crazy to me, bro. So 52k dam's not bad. I must be missing a talent. Am I in PvP? Sick. I mean, it's just squishy, bro. I mean, we can literally bear shift. I don't know. Things, it's like that was obviously like probably about the cap of what you can pull and tank by yourself. And it's about 50k DPS. But I mean, you're locking your mage, you're going to be doing like 100k, right? On the max that they can pull. And Frost Mage feels fucking fantastic, bro. Like, Frost Mage feels insane. Its survivability feels really good. It feels like it's got consistent damage windows. I don't know. It feels really good, man. Last week on PvP Mythic Zero, someone told me they were impressed I was still alive when everyone else died. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I like Boomkin. I think it's just, it needs some love, that's all. I've seen enough. Nerf Arms Warrior. Made bounce from most of Tito and peaked there. Yeah. For sure, bounce is getting a huge buff, March 17, all damage by 20%. So using an add-on for your rotation. Yeah, that's called Troopy GCD, Stacey. It's this one right here. Here, I'll type it in the chat. It's spelled like this: Troopy GCD, and that'll show like what I put. Like all it does is show you guys what I'm pressing. So whatever inputs I push, that's what'll scroll up on it. It's just basically so you guys can see what I'm pressing. I think that so 20% damage buff. I mean, we're about probably 40 to 50% behind, realistically, Boomkins on certain damage profiles. Oh my god, dude, these things are so annoying. These quests, like, who makes these quests, bro? Like, you can't even see the red line unless you just. Oh my god, bro. AIDS. I hate these so much. Bro, just shoot me. Fuck. I'm like half blind, bro. I can't even. And it's gonna walk, bro. My fucking god, bro. Who's the dev that made these quests, bro? Somebody kick him in the nuts. Him or her. Whoever. Bro. I hate these quests so much. This is probably the quest that kills me the most, I'm not gonna lie. I fucking hate it. Trying to find someone to help me with the rotation for Fury Warrior. For Fury Warrior, you're gonna want to watch Bashira, bro. For PvP or PvE, I mean, honestly, bro, whatever lights up on Fury Warrior, press that button. Okay, so AoE pull. We throw Trance out. We beam this guy. Okay, all the dots are up. Incarn. I mean, alright. Alright. That's a lot better than I expected, actually. Keeper of the Grove has kind of has potential, I guess. But yeah, Loons is strictly a Mythic Plus build. I guess for BGs, you could just go kind of like an Affliction Lock playstyle and just big rot and provide pressure, which is usually what Boomkins do anyways. But you'll have like no single target execute, which feels bad. Like, I'm all down for only having like big Incarn window and like that's where you kill, right? But not having damage, single target damage, like when you press Incarn, feels kind of bad. I guess that's all. And then obviously obviously same thing for raid. You're gonna have to run Keeper of the Grove for raid, or you'll just have no single target damage. So I don't know. Boomkit feels like okay, it's close. I think they just need to buff finishers. Like Star Surge should be kind of scary, right? When a Boomkin's casting Star Surge at you, man, you should be kind of scared, bro.
Hiding spot. Go cover it in blood.
Oh, damn, do I need to do this anyways for the... I do. Okay, we'll do this one. We'll finish this one real quick. Got it, thanks. Yeah, no problem, big dog. I got you, homie. I got you, my boy. Yeah, if you guys are new, man, hit that follow, dude. Push Rebound's getting a huge buff March 17th. So we were just looking at that with the YouTube video. Skippy says more dots, more moonfires. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like I've had everything dotted and like it feels okay, right? But Frost Mage is gonna press Frozen or Blizzard, right? And then just shatter everything. Whereas like Moonkin's like Moonfire, 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 get them all grouped, Sunfire. Now you gotta do 3 Starfalls. Now you gotta, you know what I mean? It's just like, it just takes so long to ramp. When things die, right? When things aren't dying as fast, that'll definitely help like Boomkin actually for the meta. But it still comes down to the same point of like burst go, right? I feel like it's just weaker. That's all. They're gonna fix it. There's no way they don't. It's just undertuned, which it's part of playing the game. I do kind of like the regrowth procs though. Like the regrowth procs feel pretty good. It's fine. Frost Mage nerf, huge win. I don't think is Frost Mage getting nerfed. I don't think it is, bro. Also, Frost Mage isn't really that crazy, to be honest. Like, just kick Ray of Frost. Unless you're talking about PvE, which is like, I mean, you want your teammates to be strong in PvE, right? I guess if like you want to be on top of the meter and like, I don't know. They do have to have some balance, or everybody will like obviously play like 10 Frost Mages, right? But yeah, I don't think Frost Mages are getting nerfed. It's not for PvE. Let's check it out. We're in kind of a good stopping spot, I think, for to finish watching this. So this is Super T's super good AWC caster. So he pays more attention to PvP, but he'll go over everything. Have you did the campaign on all your alts too? Yeah, I've done pretty much everything on all 4 tunes this week. For the first 2 weeks. So all 4 of my tunes are 240 plus, ready for raid, and I think my most geared tune is the Shadow Priest, and they're also, I believe, getting buffs. So these are the changes to Mage right here, actually. Arcane Blast damage increased by 25%, but they lose a lot of their cleaves, so this is actually a big nerf, because they're losing barrage damage, they're losing Arcane Cleave damage, they're losing Spell Slinger damage. They're losing, like, Arcane Mage is actually getting nerfed, but they're just buffing it single target from Arcane Blast, which this will still be overall a huge nerf, single target and AoE. This is a nerf. Fire Ignition now increases Flame Strike Ignition by 15% once 50. Big nerf on Ignition. For the Ignite. So that's a little unfortunate. So that's a big AoE nerf, actually. That's over a 50% nerf. Like 50%, it would be at 25%. So that's like a 75% nerf to the Ignite damage on Flame Strike. Nerfing the 2 set and 4 set, which nobody has yet, so we won't even know what that feels like, but obviously nerfs are nerfs. Fireball damage increased by 15%, Frost Fireball damage increased by 15%, Fire Blast damage increased by 25%. So buffing the single target a little bit while nerfing the Flame Strike AoE.
Flame Strike's dot. I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, this Paladin red getting nerfed.
Bonus now increases Pyroblast and Flame Strike.
I'm gonna be honest, man. People are sleeping on red. It's funny that you know.
Fire Blast cooldown reduction reduced.
Red's out of control. I don't know. We'll see though.
Again, these in PvP are not huge because
you guys see this?
Kind of bad anyways.
I'm with my fat head.
They're buffing your Fireball by 15%, and they're buffing your Frost Firebolt by 15, and they're buffing your Fire Blast by 25. You're actually oh my god! If there's no PvP changes for fire is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know how big this is though. If that's actually Ignite, or if this is the Flame Strike dot. If this is actually
Reese, Wrestler Druid got a 6% nerf on healing across the board. That's about it, which is minimal. Like that's a minimal nerf. They actually need PvP buffs, to be honest. So we'll see here. Okay, we're going through it right now.
Ignite, maybe this is bad. I don't know what percentage Ignite even is. I think it was already starting to drop as in PvP. Monk, this is, oh my god, it's getting buffed. What is that? There's no way I'm getting
Skibby, what up, my boy?
Not counteracted in PvP unless there's
big
a
Dabski
section. But Brewmaster first here.
Yeah, 6% nerf on Wrestler Druid when you're out healing everybody by like 50% is absolutely nothing. So Wrestler Druids are going to be really happy with this.
Here, Master of Harmony, Meditative Focus now increases damage dealt by Tiger Palm by an additional 50% down from 100. I don't think this is surprising to see Brewmaster and Guardian Nurse. Guardian got hit way harder than Brewmaster.
Yeah, so Guardian and Brewmaster were both out of control, but I actually do think Guardian was a bigger problem because they can AoE it, right? And they're also unkillable, whereas like Brewmaster, if you stagger them, they're killable. So in PvP specifically, like, or even PvE, like Brewmaster has to play around another mechanic, whereas Guardian Druid just has to keep Iron Fur up, and then they're basically a like juiced up Feral Druid.
Master though, I think. Aspect of the
You think Mystery just became Rage Users with these buffs? Yeah, I mean these are massive. Dude.
Harmony stores vitality based on 12% of the damage done. And
Here's the thing: people were sleeping on Mistweaver Monk anyways. I put Mistweaver in S tier and beta, and they're buffing it. I think people haven't figured out the Chinese build yet, and I think that Blizzard doesn't have enough data on it, and this is going to make that build just absolutely out of control. But let's check it out.
Effective healing down from 25 and 12. I feel like Brewmaster just got a little slap on the wrist. Brewmaster's going to be poning, bro.
Yeah, Brewmaster is going to be huge.
I can't believe this didn't get counteracted. Shaylin's gift is already lay on hands, and it got increased by another
Easy
60%.
Hell yeah. Oh, we got a Mistweaver main? Fuck yeah.
I don't know why they'd be doing this. And the clouds now increase your healing, though, but only by 10% per stack. Okay, so it does more healing. So it can't get like to this excessive level with the stacks, I think is what the goal is here. But it does more if you use it like frequently at a lower stack count, maybe. Jadefire Teachings, they buffed Jadefire Teachings from Ancient Teachings to 260 from 200%.
Jesus.
So they must have been so bad in PvE. Way of the Crane now transfers 300.
Are you playing Holy DK? Didn't I just get mega nerfed? Yeah, Caleb, my boy. Time to re-roll. You're now a Blood DK. You guys got nerfed, I think, by like 20% across the board, and I don't even think you were on the level of Arcane Mage and Frost Mage. So, actually, no, you were probably about equal with Arcane Mage, I would say. But we'll take a look here and kind of see what's up. That's what I was saying. 3 or 40% is nuts. Yeah, that's actually crazy.
40% of damage into one ally, but now before it was 125 into 3. That's stronger, I feel like, depending on the comp you're playing against. But that's a lot of single target healing. Obviously,
this is disgusting. This is disgusting. Right here, this is literally lay on hands. This is literally lay on hands, bro.
Mythic Plus, maybe this is bad, but I don't know. It depends on how often that that many people are taking that much damage.
That's crazy, dude.
These have really weird implications. Jadefire Stomp damage now transfers into Ancient Teachings at 20% effectiveness. Jadefire Stomp's tooltip will be updated to reflect this in a later patch, and then they also buffed Invigorating Mist, which isn't just your mastery.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, the PvP section of this is for Resto Druid and Monk is going to have to be really, really big. Oh my god, Ret Paladin buffs.
Buffs? What?
Just you.
Did you just say buffs? Holy shit, hold up. No fucking shot. Damage increase, damage increase, damage increase, damage increase, damage increase? Increase auto attack speed, judgment increase, divine sword damage reduced. Okay, so a small AoE nerf here. Very small, 12%. Okay, Herald of the Sun. I believe this is the one that was underperforming, right? I can't remember which one was underperforming. Damage increase, damage. Oh, light damage increased. All light includes 4% damage deals and your right enemies was 5. Okay, very small. Very, very small nerf here. Dollar damage increased by 25%. Actually, it's overall a big buff anyways, even with the ones that they scaled back a little bit. Well, these are massive buffs. What the hell? Also, Skibby might have went up to tier list with that buff. Skibby, bro, my boy. Okay, I gotta tell you something. I was just running a BG, okay? There was a disc priest in there. Alright, and I want you, for reference, as a boomkin, okay? I did 10 million damage in this BG. This disc priest did 20 million damage and 30 million healing. I want you to know right now, whatever spec you guys are playing, it is wrong. Because what that guy did was fucking disgusting.
Holy Pally, nothing Holy Pally, nothing Pro.
Yeah, these go live on the 17th, my boy.
40% more damage.
Killed. These go live on the 17th.
Light within main target increased by 25%. Templar Slash and Templar Strike, 25%. Your melee damage, 25%. Crusading Strike damage increased 25%. Crusading Strike now also reduces your attack speed by 20%.
Pumping, coach.
Improved from 35.
Put me in, coach.
High Lord's Judgment damage increased by 25%. Divine Storm got nerfed, so they're aware that the AoE was good.
Right.
I think it's
Right. Okay. See, so these are like they know what's wrong, but these numbers are way off, dude. Like these are big single target buffs and really minor AoE nerfs. So I mean, Red's looking this. Red's gonna be fucking good, dude.
what they're trying to do here.
Red's gonna be
And
good.
depending on what they did with the spinning hammers in the PvP section, this could end up being fine because they did. I think they actually.
Class 2 target list of penance, healing, and
But if
damage.
they don't get nerfed
What
on the
game?
spinning
World of
hammers,
Warcraft,
then Rage
Caleb.
is absolutely god mode after this. So that's a C.
Retail version, midnight.
Herald of
Midnight
the
expansion.
Sun, Dawnlight damage increased by 25%. I don't think it's surprising to see Herald buffed. Herald of the Sun, Dawnlight now cleaves 4% of the damage. Oh, it's actually doing a little less cleave damage. Empyrean Hammer, though, got buffed by 30%. They didn't nerf it in PvP?
Exactly. Bro. Look at his face. Look at his face. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro.
How are they nerfing Feral Druid? They didn't let you get 6% as Feral Druid.
Oh my
30%
god.
on this? Templar Wrathful Descent now deals 35% of Empyrean Hammer damage, though. down
Yo,
from
my
50.
same face, bro. My same face.
So Empyrean Hammers are doing less, but I'm confused if this ends up being a buff or a nerf mathematically.
Okay, we got Shadow Priest coming up
Hammer
here.
of Light got a 10% buff.
Okay, Shadow Priest needs some love, so let's see
This
here.
PvP section has to be crazy, bro.
Okay,
To
okay.
compensate for this.
Yeah.
They actually buffed Disc. Penance damage and healing increased by 20%.
Where are these patch notes? They're on Wowhead right now. Rink.
It's not, I mean, maybe it's not massive. If you're playing Oracle, that's pretty big.
These are going live on the
For
17th.
Shadow, they're not going to give the Shadow the buffs, but they're giving the Ret the buffs. They're giving
That's
the Monk the buffs.
crazy, bro. No shot. They're not gonna buff Espriest. Yo, I'm here for Espriest, Jen. What up? Yo, hit that follow, guys,
This
if you're
PvP
first time
section at
in.
the bottom has to be crazy. There's no way.
I know, dude. This
10%
it
damage from
does. It
Shadow
does.
across the board, but not in PvP. So all of this
There
is
is
not
no
PvP.
shot. Okay, all damage increased by 10%. Okay, so just for reference, okay, because I play Shadow Priest, I was tracking this very closely in the beta. They nerfed all damage by 15% in the beta. Okay. They're putting that back up 10%. And then whatever buffs come afterwards. Okay, obviously it looks like none of these are applied in PvP, which they also need them very badly in PvP. And we also don't have life swap anymore. So some kind of damage reduction or a buff to fade or something would be much appreciated.
Shadow Word Death increased by
Jen,
20%,
welcome to
Mind
the
Blast
Sick
by
Age. Thanks for the
20,
follow
Mind
over on
Flay by
TikTok.
20, Idol of Nazoth increased by 20. Shadow Word Madness increased by 20. Psychic Link now causes direct damage spells to inflict 20% of their damage to all targets afflicted by Vamp.
Not him, but a couple other high-end PvP saying the Void Weaver Hero Talent so PvP is God at the moment and nobody really knows about it. That's what I was literally just saying, bro. Like, I mean, not on, it's not on Shadow Priest though. It's on Disc Priest. The Void Disc Priest is disgusting. It does more damage than Shadow Priest. I promise you.
Vampiric Touch, though, down from 60. Bro, I swear this
Okay, what
talent
happened
gets, like, Giga buff,
Psychic Link now causes direct damage spells to inflict 20% damage to all other targets afflicted by Vampiric Touch. Was what? Psychic Link causes direct damage spells to inflict 20% of their damage to all other targets afflicted by Vampiric Touch. This is a massive nerf. What? That is the majority of our damage right there. Oh my god, wait, hold on. All damage increased by 10%. Shadow Word Death damage increased by 40%. Who cares? Mind Blast damage increased by 20%. Okay, that's a good change. Mind Flay damage increased by 20%. Okay, that's your filler spell, so that's a minimal buff. Idle Zoc damage increased by 20%. It does literally less than 1% of your damage breakdown right now. Shadow Word Madness damage increased by 20%. Okay, this is good. So it's a single target buffs here. This is good. This is good. These are not anywhere near enough to make up for this 40% loss. Actually, this would be a 66% nerf to your AoE. This is brutal. This is fucking brutal, bro.
This is not in PvP. Shadow Word Death increased by 40%. Mind Blast by 20. Mind Flay by 20. Idol of Nazoth increased by 20. Shadow Word Madness increased by 20. Psychic Link now causes direct damage spells to inflict 20% of their damage to all targets afflicted by Vampiric Touch, though, down from 60. Bro, I swear this talent gets like Giga buff, Giga nerf, Giga buff, Giga nerf, Giga, like every time I ever see it in a Passionate.
Do you feel like you were OP in Mythic Zeros this week? Do you actually? I mean, did you play with any Demo Locks or Frost Mages by chance? Did you have any of those in your group? like good ones, because I played Shadow Priest, Boomkin, Mage, and Warlock, and I'm telling you right now, my Warlock and my Mage felt substantially better than my Shadow Priest and my Boomkin.
This time around, it's getting nerfed. So all of your baseline damage is higher, which I assume means just more single target damage. But your cleave is going down probably pretty significantly, at least from Mind Blast. Subtlety Rogue, this is a big one. Oh my god, they buffed you. What?
There's no fucking shot they buffed this class. There is no... Oh my god, we are so cooked, bro. Backstab Gloombait damage increased by 20%. Shadow Strike damage increased by 15. Eviscerate damage increased by 8. Melee auto attack damage increased. Black powder damage reduced. Who gives a shit? It's a 12% Mythic plus AoE nerf. Potent, like, dude, oh my god. Potent powder bonus black powder damage reduced to 20% of master is 30k. That's a little bit more significant. Trickster unseen plane damage increased by 20%. What? Yo. All right, sounds good, Jin. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate the follow.
And they didn't nerf you in PvP. This PvP section has to be crazy, bro. There's no way to just let this go through without
this is
without
out
there
of
being
control.
something in the PvP section.
Right,
There's no way.
right.
Backstab and Gloomblade, I think that's a good spell to buff. It sucks by 20%. Shadow Strike's a scary spell to buff. It's game buff by 15.
Yo, Skibby, hot take, bro. I think sub. Now, I know a few good sub rogues, okay, and I talk with them closely about the class before I like make my tier list and whatever. All of them said that sub rogue feels the best. Like, I mean, they say it's kind of boring compared to what they're used to because of the button like bloat, right? But they feel the strongest they've ever felt, which is terrifying, by the way. First of all, when you have PvP sub rogues and like high tier 1 sub rogues like telling you that's terrifying. Okay, and then they got buffed. I had sub rogue in broken in beta before these buffs. I'm telling you right now, sub rogue, this class is broken and people are sleeping on it. Like, I think people just don't know yet. They haven't figured it out. Something, right? There's like not enough data for Blizzard to make the appropriate changes. But these changes, buffing them at all, and only a 12% AoE nerf is just, that is crazy, bro. A 12% AoE nerf to only black powder, by the way, right? That's minimal. That is minimal.
It's really scary to buff. It's getting buffed by 8.
Yeah.
Your auto attacks do 15% more, but they did nerf your AoE. So obviously in Mythic Plus, their AoE was too good, single target was too bad. So that's why they're doing this. But in PvP, obviously, these are the abilities that matter. Black powder.
Blaine, yeah, of course. Nerfed overall damage will change things for sure.
What did I just say?
It'll make the runs harder.
Potent powder bonus black powder damage. That's a tongue twister. Reduced to 20% of master down from 30. Again, all black powder related. For Trickster, they buffed Trickster. You were already playing.
Dude, I know.
Blade damage increased by 20%. However, this one, Nimble Flurry effect reduced to 50% of listed attack down from 65. Trickster, Clever Combatant crit bonus for Shirk and Storm reduced to 10 from 15. We see nothing for Asa as far as like.
Oh my god, bro! His reactions are cracking me up right now because his faces that he is making, like when I read these, are the same faces I'm making. I'm like, what? Like, dude, I have no idea. Some of these buffs are just absolutely egregious, and some of the nerfs don't even make sense.
Energy regeneration.
Oh my god.
Protect your family's dreams under our.
I think for an alt Blade, yo, thanks for the follow, my boy. Welcome. Everybody, appreciate you guys hanging out. Let me play Rogue and get denied. I promise God mode activated. Dude, honestly, 100%.
Crazy, bro, because some of this stuff is like, this is going to be insane. Ellie Shaman's getting a 10% chain lightning buff. And a
okay, I'm cool with that.
PvP.
Yeah.
Hey, enhance. Did I say we could maybe get a slight buff? I was just leveling.
Okay.
They're getting buffed. 8% damage across the board. 10% on Lightning Bolt, 10% on Chain Lightning, 10% on Primordial Storm.
These are good changes. These are like the appropriate amount of changes. That's nice.
I think mostly the Lightning Bolt and the overall is pretty big.
Hunter, Rogue, or Lock? Playing. I'm a Lock main, man, so I'm gonna vote Lock. Warlock's one of my favorite classes, bro.
For Restoration Shamans, this does nothing for you in PvP.
Yep.
Healing Rain increased by 45%. Chain Heal increased by 20%. Oh my god, wrestler. This PvP section down here isn't crazy. I'm concerned. Destruction Warlock, Hellcaller, Zalan.
Okay, so about a 50% nerf, about a 50% nerf. Black and Soul damage reduced by 50%. Jesus, are you serious? Oh, fuck, man. So Destro and Demo are getting nerfed pre-raid? This is ass. These nerfs are big. Rate of fire damage by 6% was 8. Okay, so also an AoE nerf. These are massive AoE nerfs, and honestly, the Black and Soul damage is gonna hurt. Now increases kill damage by 35% was 10. Okay, this is nice. Okay, so Hellcaller PvE, Chaos Bolt is going to do more damage. Okay, all right, I'm okay with that. And then we lose. Okay, so they're reallocating our damage into our Chaos Bolt. I actually like that. Okay.
That's Cruelty. Now
I'm cool with that.
Shadow damage dealt by 5% down from 8. So
yo, James, thanks for the share, my boy. Appreciate you, homie.
Now increases fire damage dealt by 5% down from 8. Black and Soul damage got nerfed by 50%.
Yeah, that is brutal. Exactly. Like his reaction is exactly like I play Warlock a lot. That hurts, bro. That hurts a lot. And there's one down here that we're about to show you that's gonna hurt a lot, bro.
Through the Fellvine now increases Rain of Fire damage by 6% down from 8. And through the Fellvine now increases Chaos Bolt damage by 35% up from 10, but not in PvP. So just like a minor nerf to some of your dots as Hellcaller. Probably not major.
Okay, Black and Soul. This is a big nerf. I think Subatees actually plays some Warlock. Maybe he's just not familiar with Destro Lock, but this is a pretty big nerf.
Demo. This is the one that I thought would be getting absolutely floored. So
let's see.
Dominion of Argus and Tauren Inquisitor damage reduced by 5%, and Tauren Jailer damage reduced. So the random pets you summon.
Oh fuck! Jailer got reduced by 45%. That's brutal.
And they're doing a lot less damage. Lady Sacrilege is 35. Oh, wait, no, this got buffed. Sometimes...
Okay, that's good.
To mix this up, you guys comment on it in the comment section. This one was buffed. Lady Sacrilege and the Grand Warlock Alithis has been increased. I don't know if that means you're weaker or stronger.
No, okay. We're going over it right now, Lumberjack. I'll go over the Warlocks, like, kind of in-depth a little bit. Yo, James, thanks for the follow, my boy. Hell yeah.
The end of the day, because like that's a 5% and a 45, it's like 50, but then the buffs are 35 and 35, but I don't know how much.
This is almost a wash, except for basically they're just making it so that no matter what minion you summon now, they'll be doing like respectable damage rather than you're always trying to get an Antaran Jailer, right? Like you're like if you see Antaran Jailer, you're like, oh dude, I'm going crazy here, right? And they're probably just trying to make them all more consistent. So this isn't really, I would say, a big nerf. This is just damage reallocation.
For percent these were, if these, I don't know. The intentions of these adjustments to ensure that all demons summoned by the Dominion of Argus are competitive. Avoiding
yep.
So the goal was to just even this out, not lower your damage.
Right.
This one was expected. Demonic Soul from Soul.
Okay. This is over nerf. That is an egregious amount. 55%. I mean, I could see a 20% nerf here, but the 55%, that hurts bad.
Harvester is reduced by 55%. Manifested Demonic Soul damage.
Okay, this also hurts.
Damage was reduced by 50%. Soul Anathema damage.
That is big. That's a lot of our damage, and so is Wicked Reaping. Okay, we lost a lot of damage here, bro. Like, this is a lot of damage that we lost. We basically got our hero talents cut in half.
Damage was reduced by 35. Wicked Reaping was increased though by 50.
Oh, okay. Wait, we got Wicked Reaping. Okay. So let's see. Wicked Reaping is kind of comparable to like. No, this is overall like a pretty big nerf. This is overall a pretty big nerf.
And Demonic's Fervor now increases damage dealt by Demonic Soul by 200% to the main target.
Okay, Demoniac's Favor increases damage dealt by Demonic Soul by 200% to the main target of Hand of Gul'dan code. This is a single target buff then. And what they're trying to do is buff single target raid, right? So because they're taking all of this damage out and they know that our single target and our AoE is now gutted, even though it's probably still playable, I'm assuming... I don't know, Destro got hit pretty hard too, dude. It's most likely looking like a Destro angle now because this is too much damage to lose. The Blackened Soul damage hurts, right? But this is way more. This is way worse.
Target hand to Gul'dan. I don't know if that's a buff or not. I know.
Demo and Frost. You think Demo and Frost Mage? Frost Mage? I didn't see any changes for Frost Mage. And Arcane got very slight, pretty decent AoE nerfs to the orb build, right? So Arcane, like I play Mage, Log, Shadow Priest, and Boomkin. So like I'll speak heavily on those, and then if you guys have like opinions on specifically melee, let me know. But I can tell by basically where they line up with me on the meters, like where we're kind of at tier wise, right? Like when you play with really good other like druids or like a feral, right? And I'm playing balanced druid, right? And we see our damage numbers on the same polls. We can kind of see, all right, like this is about where feral is, like this is about where Boomkin is on AoE. Then we do single target, right? So I have a lot of references, I guess, and I know a bunch of good players that kind of play these. I'm telling you right now on Frost Mage, I don't think got touched, bro. I'll double check, but I think there's no changes to Frost Mage. I think Arcane got an AoE nerf specifically to the orb build. And Demo got just absolutely shit on right here. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, this is brutal.
Oh, this is a nerf to their AoE. Some of the
yeah.
But sorry, this reaping is increased. I don't know how big of a deal this reaping is. Again, Demo is probably still fine, and we haven't even gotten to the PvP section. Demo's at least in PvP.
Balance Druid's underperforming Grease, but I hear that we're getting I think it's a 20% buff here, bro. So I think Boomkin's gonna be looking really nice. Affliction's still no unstable affliction buff. I know actually. That's really disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. Affliction's underperforming on all content right now.
PvP is probably still fine. In PvE, this could be a major.
Damage is gone. This is bad. Yeah, Lock's nerfing to C tier. I don't think C tier. Like where do we think? Oh, wait, hold up. Sorry, one sec, guys. Just like for on the Warlock, because like we have a bunch of Warlocks who watch the stream. So just on the Warlock, where I think that this would put them would be from like low S tier. I think they were probably about mid to low S tier. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Evoker. Dev Evoker's out of control. Sub Rogue is out of control. Unholy DK out of control, which they just got giga nerfed though. Sub Rogue somehow got buffed. I have no idea how that happened. Guardian Druid out of control, but a tank, so who really cares? Frost Mage, I thought Frost Mage was going to be C tier. I'm not going to lie. From the beta, and it came out, Frost Mage is absolutely pumping. So where I would put Demo, the whole point of this, where I would put Demo after these nerfs is probably high B tier. It looks to me like this is about high B tier. And we're going to struggle a lot more in Mythic Plus, it looks like.
It was a huge contribution of your damage. Warrior!
YouTube, can we talk about this? How many ads we got on one video, bro? Come on.
And hope they didn't nerf you 4 times in a row, bro. Because if they hate Resto Druid like that, that's probably the same guy hates Warrior.
Okay, let's see.
Piercing Howl is going up to a 90-second cooldown. What?
Wow.
You already have to pick between it and Fear, don't you?
That's rough.
And an ally speed buff radius reduced to 6 yards, 12 with Battlefield Commander. Piercing Howl has been available more frequently than intended and does not align with similar effects. So we're making changes to bring this ability in line while keeping it distinct among similar.
Thomas, are you over on the TikTok, my boy? Are you saying that you think Demo is gonna be C tier, or are you saying Affliction? Are you what spec? Are you talking Demo? We got Starfall nerf, but other buffs, right? For Boomkin, yeah, I think Boomkin overall got a 20% buff, but Starfall nerf we're about to see here. Demo, okay. So you think it'll be A tier for Demo on raid? And Mythic plus C tier, I don't think it'll be that bad. I honestly don't. I can't see it being that bad, honestly. Like, even with a 50% nerf. So here's the thing, is when they nerf something, right, it's still only one of your damaging abilities at a time. If this was like an overall 50% nerf, right? And also, these are all Soul Harvester. So we could just play the other spec, really, right? Since actually it's very comparable. I don't think people understand that Soul Harvester and and the other hero tree are pretty comparable. Soul Harvester just outpumps in AoE, right? So since they're already nerfing the AoE, just play the other. It's basically they just killed Soul Harvester, and I think people will play just a different build. That's all.
Piercing Hell? Am I mixing up what ability this is? Isn't that a slow? Isn't there like 8 classes in the game that have slows stronger than Piercing Hell that are up like all the time?
Blizzard thinks of break shit then rebuff. Yo, I agree with that. I do agree with that though.
We're talking about Piercing Hell. I feel like I'm on crazy pills right now.
That is a huge nerf, Lumberjack, yeah. So, cooldown wise, 200% nerf. That's brutal.
Some Mythic Plus Race to World First Raider must be doing some crazy stuff because I don't understand that at all. But let's look at Arms Warrior. You got 2. At least one of them's a buff. 15% damage.
Okay, that's massive. I'm not gonna lie. He glazed over that like, oh yeah, all damage by 15%. That's pretty huge, bro.
Master of Warfare's final rank Heroic Strike now increases the damage you deal to enemies affected by your next Colossus Smash by an additional 3%, stacking to 5 times.
So this is actually a 15%.
I mean, at least you got buffed. This thing is just throwing me for a loop. I don't know what that is.
This is crazy though. Arms is gonna get 15%, but you're gonna get Fury 10. Like Fury's still just way better. Yeah, just way better than Arms. Like this isn't even close.
Unless I'm misunderstanding what Piercing Howl is. Fury Warrior got a 10% buff. However, Reap the Storm got a lower.
Where's this at? Unholy got nerfed, I think. Yeah, Unholy did get nerfed. Did they nerf Unholy Demo yet? No, this is going to be on the 17th, so Tuesday reset. These are the notes that they released.
Chance to trigger from 30 to 20%.
Before World First Race and Raid open up in Season 1, right?
Apex talent. Thunderclap now causes your next Shield Slam to deal 10% additional damage and unleash a wave of force, dealing physical damage to all enemies in front of you. Rank 4, in addition to existing effects, enemies damaged by Phalanx Wave of Force deal 5% reduced damage to you for 8 seconds. They buffed all your so Warriors got buffed, except Piercing Howl. For whatever reason...
Lumberjack, you think, oh, don't feel discouraged, bro. If they nerf it, right, and all the rank 1 world first players aren't playing Demo, right, if they're not playing the spec at all, basically, then they know they over nerfed it, right? The problem is that they never really let Warlocks be on. They will always let Mages be on top because they just kind of bring everything into one of the OG classes. Obviously, somebody at Blizzard mains Mage. Which I play Mage as well, right? So I do like that the Mage is always like at least competitive. But Warlock is notoriously nerfed right before release. They'll bring it back up, but the problem is that they fucking hate us. That's all it is, bro.
They just flipped Piercing Howl off, said just go away. I don't understand how. Out of all of the slows in the game, that
Unholy and Demo were the biggest offenders in your opinion? For like being too strong. Juice, I think Frost Mage, Subrogue, Unholy DK, Dev Evoker, people have not figured out that is completely broken yet. Yeah, Disc Priest, people have no idea that Disc Priest literally does like 20 million damage in a RBG now. Like it's just insane. Nathan SP is, I would say, middle of the road. It's definitely not what people. I don't know how much you guys have compared it to or seen parses or everything, but we can go back over basically the highlights of the classes that I play after this video. I'm gonna let him finish through, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. But SP, I think, is probably gonna be mid to low, depending on the content. Like if we're talking raid, they might be like high B tier, low A tier. If we're talking about Mythic Plus, they're definitely going to be low B tier at best right now with the changes that just came through. So we'll see. But let's let him keep running through.
That I get annoyed by.
So we're on Warrior.
That was not one that I was considering. But
PvP only?
PvP changes.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Okay, here we go. This is important because we're getting into the PvP, right? So PvE is all fine and dandy. They always balance the PvE. I never really am worried about PvE. And that kind of goes with Lumberjack, what you were saying. Don't be discouraged. They always bring all the classes usually within like 3 to 5% of each other on PvE, right? So what really ends up happening is some classes just get left by the wayside for PvP. So let's see where we're at.
Oh, they're dead. Are they dead? I don't know if this is enough, but maybe they're dead. All
Zeno, what up, G?
specs, self-healing has been reduced by 25%.
Okay,
I don't
good.
know if that's enough. I actually
It needs to be like 50, yeah. This is out of control. And their damage is way too high.
don't know if that's enough. That actually feels like pretty light.
Ooh. All damage increased. But, oh, okay, it's Frost Death. And I thought they said that Frost Mage. Oh, okay, that's how to roll through.
It seems big, but I feel like it's pretty light. Frosty case.
Are you sure your tax expert?
Pika's been doing some. Oh, juice. Yeah, okay, you've been watching some Peekaboo. Okay, so I love this actually that you mentioned that because people haven't figured out how good Sub Rogue is, bro. And that class is completely broken, and they're getting buffed. So yeah, it's gonna be out of control, bro. Sub Rogue is right now the most terrifying class in the game, like by far. In I would say all content actually. Their AoE is comparable, right? It doesn't blow anybody out of the water necessarily, right? But it's very, very good, very high tier. And their single target and their burst damage and their control is absolutely disgusting in PvP. Sub Rogue is terrifying right now.
Look at that, dude. You didn't get nerfed. It's the first round of tuning and expansion. Well, you kind of got nerfed, but I think this is a good way of doing about it. There's buffed all your damage and then nerfed Reaper's Mark. You probably want that. This direction is better, right? Like this is the first round of tuning. This direction is better than you being a cheesy Reaper Mark one-shot guy.
Okay.
I don't know if this will be enough in, you know, like you probably need another iteration of this, but I think that direction is good. And then Devourer got buffed, even though it got nerfed up top, it got buffed down here. So you're overall buffed. Resto Druid, okay, maybe they have not forsaken you. You got a 6% nerf up there, but then an 11% buff down.
Healing increased by 11% in PvP combat. All damage reduced by 15% in PvP combat for Resto Druid? Okay, if Fist Break Evoke Spirits is casting the balanced version of Star Surge and dealing too much damage. Okay, so, I mean, why not just fix that bug instead of this 15%? I don't know, whatever.
Down here, so 5% buff, and then all damage reduced by 15% in PvP. Markers got you nerfed, bro. There's no way we're nerfing Resto Druid damage?
Yeah. Okay, so this guy just had, like, he literally has the same reactions as I do right now. We're on the same page on this.
Was it really that big?
No, it was not.
An issue where Convoke the Spirits was casting the balanced version of Star Surge and dealing too much damage. So you got a nerf there and a nerf here.
Yeah. Well, this is a bug fix, obviously.
All the other healers too, but I don't know. We have to wait. Dying Stars on Boomkin now causes enemies to suffer 25% additional damage from Moonfire and Sunfire when dispelled. I actually like that. This talent sucks.
Yeah, this talent blows. It's completely irrelevant. You're never going to play this. You're going to play Owlkin. You're going to play Moonkin Aura. You're going to play either Bear Form versus Caster, or you're going to play probably Feline Swiftness or whatever it is where you keep the movement speed against melee.
Still probably sucks.
Yeah.
But, like, I like that there's some dispel punishment, you know what I mean? For marksmanship.
Thank God. Thank fucking God.
Slow.
Oh my God.
Consecutive concussion now slows movement speed only by 10% down from 20. Okay, so for whatever reason, they completely ringed Piercing Howl out of the game. This guy got like a little bit of a slap on the wrist. Survival Hunter, I think this isn't surprising to see an 8% nerf on everything, considering you got like really big buffs up top.
Yeah.
So you're still probably overall fine.
Okay. Nerfed, frost damage, and frostbolt damage increased by 100%. PvP count frostbolt damage increased by 1. Oh, frostbolt and frostfirebolt by 100%. Bring Free now increased the damage flurry by 20%. PvP combat was 50%. Okay, that's a 50% nerf to flurry. Flurry damage increased by 75% in PvP combat. So you nerfed it by 50, but then buffed it, so it's a 25% gain. Frostfire empowerment now increases the damage of Frostfire Bolt by 10%, was 36. This is a massive nerf in PvP combat. So basically your Frostfire procs are garbage. They're now garbage. Okay?
Frost, okay, they're not letting you get off scot-free either. There's no change up above, but this is good, though. I like this direction. Ray of Frost got nerfed.
I will say that Ray of Frost, you just interrupt it, dude. Like, you literally just kick this. You literally just kick Ray of Frost. I don't understand, like, why we nerfed the big damaging abilities when it's, like, the only way that they kill, right? I mean, I understand. I get what they're saying. They're like, oh, it's doing too much damage. People can't play against it. Bro, press an interrupt. It's a channeled ability.
By 20.
Moving on.
Frostbolt is getting buffed by 100%, and Frostfire Bolt's getting buffed by 100%. Brain Freeze now increases the damage of Flurry by 25%, PV down from 50. So a lot of your instant damage. However, Flurry is just getting buffed baseline by 75. Frostfire Empowerment now increases the damage of Frostfire Bolt by 10%. Was 36.
Yeah, these are significant nerfs to Frost. So Frost Mage got nerfed pretty hard.
Your Frost Bolt outside of a Frostfire build?
Yeah.
I don't know how the hero talent balance is looking for Frost at the moment. I think this is the right direction for it. I just don't know the actual result of this because most people play Frostfire Frost.
Yeah, Frostfire Frost feels good because you get the Frostbolt procs, right? And you're not just going to get kicked on Frost every 5 seconds and never be able to play the game. Like, you have some windows to build up procs and then do a burst, and then you really just have to get away to cast your Ray, right? Well, I mean, everybody's just going to interrupt your Ray anyways, but at least you got most of your damage off, right?
So I don't know if you can play the other one and it's still fine. I think it's Spellslinger.
Spellslinger, yeah, that's going to be garbage.
I think that direction's good, but I don't know 100% what that will result in without actually seeing it. Monk. There's no way that's all you're getting. Wait a minute.
They cannot be serious. Jade Firestorm.
Rushing Jade Wind Kick no longer deals 20% increased damage, so 20% nerf there. And Jade Fire Stomp, 50% nerf. Bro, they buffed your... This thing must be, like, huge outside of cooldowns or something. This must, like, be a huge nerf, this thing, for this to go through. They buffed... I swear Monk is still insane. I swear it's still insane. I swear it's still insane. Even with an 8% nerf down here and a 20% nerf, it's overall, what, a 40% increase on the changes up top?
Yeah, it's a massive buff.
Enough. I can't believe Restoger got a 15% damage nerf, and you got... Well, I swear this doesn't... I mean, this is... It's good. Like, it doesn't kill the spec, you know? It's like a very light touch.
Guardian Druid, Charlie? It's still a rolling meatball. So these are the changes that are going to go live on Tuesday. Yo, what up, boys? Welcome to the chat, everybody. Guardian Druid, dude, is basically a rolling meatball. Its damage is going to be gone almost completely. They nerfed a lot of it, but dude, let's be honest, man. It was just out of control. I think you can still play the Moonfire build now, but Guardian of the Claw or whatever it is, that's finally not going to outpump half the DPS, I guess. It was just so out of control, bro. And in PvP, it was just so egregious. Like, I was getting one shot by a Guardian Druid. You know how bad that feels, man.
And maybe, you know, do a little light touch and then see how it plays at the rated season. And then
I will say this though, I think Guardian Druid, I think tanks need to be strong so that people want to play tanks, so that the content, like, people can find groups, right? So with that being said, maybe just scale them down in PvP a lot. I don't know. Something like that.
Touch, if that's what's required, I think that's probably a safe way to approach it. But I still think it's probably the best healer. For Holy
That's
Paladin,
crazy. He thinks Mistweaver's the best healer. That's actually crazy because I was saying Mistweaver's like god tier, dude. And then they're making like buffs to it. I think like 40% overall. He said.
Just reward healing decreased by 50% in PvP. I don't know what that is. Is that the random proccing beacon? Divine Vision PvP talent now reduces the cooldown of Aura Mastery only by 30 seconds down from 60. That's an interesting one to target. I think it's because you can get Divine Toll with Aura Mastery. So it's probably pretty strong on such a low cooldown. For Ret Paladin, you guys didn't get away completely scot-free. 15% nerf. Although, like, they didn't target the hammers, I don't think.
The changes for Survival Hunt, we'll go back over them in a sec here. PvE or PvP, Millie?
I'm pretty sure they didn't target the Spinny Boys. I think Ret might be insane.
Yeah, Ret's gonna be wild, dude.
Might be insane. Like, that's
so many buffs.
Play Herald. I think Ret could still be insane. They didn't target the.
You know what's gonna be insane? Okay, I'm telling you right now. Either Scooby-Doo Cleave, which is Ret Rogue, right? Because the Rogue will just control him. The Ret will go Hodge the healer, and then you open, right? And you just one-shot everything. Or Cupid Cleave with the Hunter and the Ret, right? You basically have the Hunter just start damage, go land a trap. The Ret follows. The Ret will hodge the healer. The Hunter will fire a trap, right? There's 11 seconds of CC right there, and you're just gonna absolutely one shot whatever your kill target is with the Pet Sun, right? And just go absolutely crazy. Yeah, it's gonna be absolutely disgusting. Ret comps are gonna be crazy.
The thing when you Divine Toll and Hammer starts spinning around you.
Yeah.
So I think that thing is still going to be good, unless it is the thing up there.
Oh, okay. But all ability damage reduced by 15% PvP combat. Okay. All right. I think this is still overall a massive buff to Ret, including in PvP, because of all the buffs up top. But this makes it maybe survivable. I don't know. It still is going to be very scary when they pop wings, dude. Like when they pop wings, you're most likely going to have about 2 seconds before you're dead.
I don't know 100%. For Priest, Psychic Shroud is only going to last 6 seconds instead of 15.
You think Oracle Priest be the second best healer to Mistweaver still?
Priest immune for basically the whole duration.
Where can you look at these? Mythic or Wowhead.com. Wowhead.com will have the upcoming patch notes, bro. Enhancements coming back to Turbo Cleaves back, yeah.
Discipline, they nerfed
100%
by 8%, but they buffed the healing of power.
Except for the Warrior, Arms Warrior would need to get buffed for that.
Again, very light. This
to be
is
viable.
Very light.
To be like a rank 1 comp, Arms Warrior needs buffs.
This is very light.
But Enhance is looking good.
Maybe Arms Warriors will like do the same damage with the buffs they got. This feels very light. Oh my god, Assassin Rogue's on here.
No, I don't think we've gone through DH yet.
They're nerfing you.
Having DH overall in the PvE section got buffs. Just a straight damage buff. I think it was, how much was it? Was it, Chad, do you guys remember? Was it 10% buff, something like that? It's roughly like 6 to 10%, something like that, Kara. So we'll see what the PvP changes are here in a second, because we're going over the PvP section. Oh my god, how many ads does you, like, I swear, bro. Alright.
4%.
All ability damage reduced in PvP combat. From assassination, impeccable strike damage reduced by 35% PvP combat. Sub, all ability damage reduced by 10% in PvP combat. This is comical. This right here is a comical nerf.
Nerf? And then implaceable strikes damage reduced by 35%? Is that the one where you, when you...
You hate the dev DH?
And it lashes out sometimes? I think that's what that is. No energy regen change? I think Asa is dead. No energy regen change and a nerf? They did buff.
Right, exactly. They need to nerf Rogue's Dance or something like that. Or Secret Tech cooldown maybe, right? Because basically you can't... What's wrong with Rogues right now is like you can't keep up with the cooldown, how fast the sub-rogue burst window is, right? Every kidney shot, you're in danger, right? You never have like a controlling kidney shot where it's like, okay, I control the fight, here we go, we reset, right? And then I survive the dance blades or whatever. Okay, like I'm good for next go, and then I'll need to trinket the smoke bomb kidney, right? Like it's not that way. It's like, oh, kidney shot, I have to press a button right now, like I know I'm dead. Because Secret Tech's coming behind it, and it's just gonna one-shot you, dude.
Outlaw, 12% damage. They didn't do... Sub-Rogue got a 10% nerf, but like what? It got like giga buffed up, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
8%, 15%. It's like...
So 8% buff overall, right? So that offsets it by 2%. So that would be a 2% nerf. But then you have all these other buffs, right? So it's Sub-Rogue got buffed. That's fucking egregious.
Like exactly the same. I think it's either exactly the same or stronger because they buffed your filler.
Yeah, exactly. It's stronger.
Sure it's exactly the same or stronger.
It's stronger. 100%.
So Subtlety Rogue and Ret still, I think, are really insane.
Yep.
Elemental, they buffed Tempest by 20%. Earthshock damage by 15%. Plus up there, why do they want you to... Oh, sorry, that was an Earthquake. Oh, that's actually nice. Wait a minute. Earthshock 50%. That's nice. Damage from Dispelling Flame Shock has been increased by...
Ooh. Wait, that's basically a UA now, dude. The fuck? Just play Ellie. Don't even play. Like UA lock is comical. Let's see what this is, because this class sucks right now.
600%.
Let's see.
And it can no longer crit. I like the dispel protection mechanisms going on in here.
Yeah.
I kind of wish they just deleted the paladin talent that is super giga dispel OP. Because we had some PvP talent change. I would rather.
Is it every time they judgment, right? Paladins? Is it every time you judgment, you dispel like a shit ton of dots or something like that, right? I've PvP guild and all my ret shamans have been so pissed. Really? Your rets have been pissed? Bro. I understand the shamans, especially the resto shamans. Ellie's kind of fine. Enhance is kind of fine. You can kite enhance though. But yeah, like the shamans overall are like okay. They're definitely middle of the pack. They're not like S tier. Except for Ellie, I think would probably be pretty close to S tier. High A maybe. But Reds, bro, being upset? What they do to Frost Mage? Nothing, man. I don't think anything happened to Frost Mage, bro. Let's keep going, and then we'll go back over it. I'll answer some questions after.
And they're giving dispel protection to enhance as well.
We got a Frost Mage main, boys. Hell yeah, bro.
Restoration Shaman. Hey, at least they buffed they didn't buff Ascendance though, so you're pretty much gonna have to play Healing Tide now.
Yep.
They did buff the cooldown on it, and they buffed you by 8%. And you got the healing.
That's not enough, honestly. Resto Shaman's way behind.
Rain buff. I don't know if there's some weird totemic healing rain thing. Maybe. I don't know if this is enough.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Like it's kind of been again, this seems very light, which again is a safe way of approaching this. It's a safe way of approaching the patch. And then
bro, Frost is a blast, Griff.
Again with a nice little light thing. Oh, the sub rogue one though, I don't understand at all. They didn't target the stun
Yo, real quick, boys, everybody do me a solid. Hit the fall. Let's go. Get some Chads up in here.
Mechanisms, and I swear your damage is higher after this. So
hell yeah, thanks for the like, homies.
Definitely good for day one. Afflock.
Okay.
Buffs all damage by.
Okay, this is important because Afflock is comical right now. Like you have to go to like 30% dampening before you can even move somebody's health bar. So let's take a look.
15%. They buffed Shadow Bolt by 20%. Why do they have to say in PvP combat when it's in the PP section? Oh, I guess they said that on everything now. Drain Soul 20%. Dark Harvest.
Okay, so you got to play one or the other of these. So this is only one buff, but they buffed both of them. You'll probably play Shadow Bolt. Because anytime you channel a spell, you're pretty much dead. They'll just kick you and kill you. Dark Harvest damage reduced? There's no fucking way they nerfed this class. Hold on.
Still got nerfed. That's good. You want Dark...
I mean, here's the thing. Dark Harvest was all of your damage. So they need to buff something else if they're going to take 30% of your only damaging ability on a 1-minute cooldown. So let's see.
Harvest to be less important and everything else to hit hard. Because it's so stupid that you just... If you get the channel off, everyone on the team dies instantly. And if you don't get the channel off, you do nothing. I hated that so much about AF.
Yep.
So like, this is a good... I think it's a good direction. I don't know if it's enough, but it's a good direction.
Car, thanks for the follow, homie.
Dispel also got punished. It's getting increased by 25%.
Okay, there was a time back in the day when dispelling UA, if you had two or more UA stacked on a target and somebody dispelled it, they died. Bring that back.
I think that's pretty decent. Like AF was really bad.
Yeah. So AF was really bad. You need an agony buff. You need a corruption buff. Honestly, this Shadow Bolt buff is comical. It does no damage anyways. The 15% buff overall is a nice start. Everything else here doesn't matter, and you lost 30% to your Dark Harvest, which is your only kill window. So basically, Dark Harvest is a channeled spell. It makes everything tick a lot faster, do a bunch of damage, right? But it's the only way you do damage. So all you do when you're playing against an Affliction Lock is kick Dark Harvest, right? And basically kick or stun Dark Harvest. Boom, they have no damage for 60 more seconds, right? What I'm saying is they need to buff all the baseline dots if they're going to take that kill window away.
This is pretty decent, but at the same time, the Dark Harvest was your win condition. So
okay, exactly, right? Being buffed after 8% damage reduce, love to say, yo, sub rogue buff is actually egregious. Giovanni, if you're a sub rogue, you are a happy man these days. I'm not gonna lie, sub rogue is absolutely out of control right now.
Condition got nerfed,
and they got buffed. Oh my god,
nerfed more than when you add everything together, maybe it's a bigger buff. It's it's the biggest number. So I think that this is kind of light, but this is the right way of doing it. So it seems
okay.
Safe, a light way of doing it. And then what do we do for Warrior? The duration of
I just need some love here.
Is being reduced to 5 seconds from 6. There ain't no way we're nerfing Intim Shout and Piercing Howl. This is not... The duration of Intimidating Shout when talented into Resonant Voice surpassed our targets for PvP crowd control duration. Okay, but fix the bug where people can cast abilities while they're feared. Because, yeah, they're feared for 11 seconds, but they can still play the game for the 11 seconds. I agree that it was dumb that the fear was that long, but, like, the bug on the fear has to be... You can't make the fear short. I guess it doesn't matter because it's bugged anyways. If it's 11 seconds or 5 seconds, if it bugs out, it doesn't matter. Because, I mean, that like, this makes sense, but... They buffed Bladestorm by 23%.
Okay. I guess that's good, but warriors usually have to use Bladestorm to avoid snares, or CC. So, I guess we'll see.
Plus the buffs off top. I mean, that's pretty good. And then Unhinged for Slayer now cast Mortal Strike and Bloodthirst at 40% effectiveness, though, down from 60.
Okay.
So
That's a nerf.
Is that a nerf?
That's a nerf.
That is a nerf. So Unhinged got a nerf, but pretty much everything else got buffed.
Interesting.
And then some of your crowd control ability. I mean, you were already not playing Piercing Howl, so it's whatever. But I'm just surprised it got out of all the slow. I didn't expect Piercing Howl to be the one. I mean,
they nerfed Unholy way too much, so Rogue is going to dominate. Yeah, I think Unholy got. I think Unholy and Demo Lock. It looks like to me got hit the hardest, and Guardian Druid. If we weren't critting, there was no damage. Plus, gutted our bleeds. I don't know. Are you talking in PvE or PvP, Giovanni? If we aren't hitting hard, what else we got? As a rogue, all the control in the game, like literally the most controlling class in the game.
I think most of this is good. Some of it is really light. I'm not a big fan of the sub rogue changes because I feel like they're literally just stronger, which is weird. But I think everything else is like a very light approach. I'm glad that we are looking at stuff like this with a concussive shot.
Okay.
Really
I think that is really annoying. That's like unplayable against if you're a melee. Like even as a caster, this was so overwhelming that like you literally couldn't even get to the pillar when you're double concussed. And that shit was ridiculous.
But maybe they need to also consider bringing scatter shot.
Just BFP alone is not going to win an arena. I don't know, man. What, like in 2s or 3s? In 2s, you might have to do more, right? But in 3s, bro, if you CC all 3 targets and your Fire Mage is press and combust, somebody's dead. Trust me.
Back at some point. There's some interesting ones here. They definitely targeted like the tank guys, which is nice.
Okay, so I agree with this, dude. Like, the tanks were out of control. So, good change there. I think Resto Druid nerfing their damage was kind of egregious for 2s. Healing increased by 11% PvP combat. That's good, I guess. Balance didn't really get any buffs. I'm a little disappointed in this. And then we'll go back to the main.
Unholy's you're kind of rough though, right?
Yeah. Unholy got giga nerfed. So where do we think we can someone please some of my augmentations being nerfed? I think you were just buffing everybody else like too much prior to raid. So you basically you're just getting like too much value. Does that make sense? Like even though your numbers may not look crazy, you're getting so much value for your group, right? So I guess that's where we're at there. What do you guys think? Should we look at a maybe a tier list kind of mock up? What do you guys want to do? PvE first? Let's do tiercraft. I guess we'll kind of like rough rank them. We should start kind of where they were at, I guess. So where were they at? Okay, we're just gonna literally put Giga Chads up here. And then we got S. I mean, we're not gonna do all this plus in line. Should we? We'll just do like A, B, C, and then F. Like if you're an F tier, it's like, okay, bro, like you're gonna have to work so hard to win a game or pull the same damn whatever, right? So for PvE, honestly, dude, I thought Cross Mage was gonna be like B or C tier from the beta. It definitely is not. It's, I would say, S tier. I think Arcane Mage is absolutely S tier, maybe even Giga Chad. Frost and Arcane are both really good. I thought Fire Mage was going to be the S tier spec, and it's probably A tier. So overall, Mage was looking like a really good spec. Let's see. Marksman Hunter is actually definitely S tier. This was surprising to me. Marksman Hunter is actually going crazy right now. You got the Wrestler Druid Giga Chad. You have, so this is prior to these nodes. These nodes haven't gone live yet. So where we're at right now on live, I would say Wrestler Druid, Guardian Druid. Your Brewmaster is up here. There we go. Brewmaster's up here. I think they were just behind Guardian Druid, actually, overall as a whole kit. Maybe not just the damage, right? But the whole kit, I think Guardian Druid was absolutely insane, bro. Absolutely insane. I think Disc Priest, people are sleeping on this class. I think Disc Priest is way better than people think, especially with the Void buff, where they just do a shit ton of damage. Like, Disc Priest does so much damage, bro. It's actually insane. So we'll see. They actually got a penance buff as well. I haven't got a feeling they're S tier, but we're just going to keep them where they're at for now. Ret struggled in single target a little bit, right? But not by much, and their AoE burst was literally killing the packs, but the packs also didn't stay alive long enough. So I think I'm going to put Ret like low A tier, high B tier for where they were, but however, these buffs changed things for sure. I think Holy Pally is actually really good. For PvE specifically, I think it's like comparable to Disc. I really like its kit though. I like that it's got freedom. I like that it's got a lot of the sads, the bob. It's just got a lot of stuff to get you out of a lot of mechanics. Okay, Devivoker's a Giga Chad. Everybody is sleeping on this. I can officially put this up here now. Devivoker, people are sleeping on, bro. This class is actually insane. If not Giga Chad, it's like the top of S tier. So they fixed, basically, they just can do this deep breath thing and just absolutely destroy packs and then reset their cooldowns and have it again right away. So it's actually just insane. Sub Rogue is also a Giga Chad. People are sleeping on that class. I have no idea why. I think Assassination Rogue is okay. Outlaw Rogue's okay. I'm going to put these in B tier. I think it's kind of irrelevant where these are at because Sub Rogue is so good. Arms Warrior was absolute F tier. Prot Warrior is pretty good, man. I think Prot Warrior is like your solid A tier pick. Survival Hunter, I can't say it's the same as Marksman. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's A tier then. So that means Ret would probably be B tier. What do you think? No, this is gonna be, so this is PvE and then we're gonna do a PvP. And basically we're showing where we're at right now. And then we're going to move things around based on the patch notes that are coming and kind of where we expect them to be going into Season 1. Resto Sham got buffs, but I still think they're a B tier healer, to be honest. Their output, their throughput is not good enough. I'll be honest. I feel like I'm in the most danger with Resto Shaman usually healers. They do have Spirit Link. I mean, they bring the Mastery buff. That is nice, but I'll be honest, man, you know, healers got to keep people alive, and it's just rough, bro. It's the motherfucking DQWG Snoop Dogg. Yo, Akuna, thanks for the follow, homie. Welcome to the Twitch. Appreciate you, my guy. Destro, bro. Destro log surprised me. I thought Destro was like B or C tier. I was wrong on this one. Actually, it came out ripping, dude. It's not as good as Demo, which is S tier. Demo is absolutely S tier. Maybe like somewhere right in here. Yeah, I think somewhere like right in here seems appropriate. Destro is slightly worse than Demo. Yeah, it feels comparable to Fire Mage. I think A tier is a fair. So I have to move Red down. I have to move Red down then because these are a little bit stronger than Red for sure. Affliction Lock feels terrible. I'm just going to straight up say it. I think Affliction Lock is just awful. Straight up awful. Shadow Priest, honestly, dude. Okay, and this is where we're at right now. Mid. Like, it's absolutely mid. I would put it like right here. It's very close to being okay. Like, to being good. But the fact that you have, like, 2-minute windows and every other class has 1 minute windows, pretty much just kind of cuts your pump time in half, right? Late, but what's the reason for Devivoker and Giga Chad? People are just sleeping on it, man. So the damage from Devivoker is crazy once they fixed, I believe it was a Disintegrate bug. And then they also have Double Deep Breath, which is just going absolutely crazy on polls right now. With that being said, Boomkin, the packs are dying too fast right now, okay? But I think Boomkin on extended fights with uncapped AoE will always be like B tier or higher. I feel like it's right next to Shadow Priest. Maybe something like this. It's single targets lacking. It needs big buffs, which I think it's just got. I'll double check. Shadow Priest also got, I believe, a 10% overall buff. So these are good. So these are all going to move up, but this is where we're at right now. So let's get it sorted first. Ellie was looking really solid. Just a solid A tier pick. Not much to say about that. The damage looked good. It wasn't blowing everything out of the water, but it was good. It's good. Enhance, I think, is low, maybe mid to low A tier. I think it's right next to Ellie, actually. Different playstyle, but comparable damage. Frosty K, dude, it seems kind of underwhelming, but at the same time, I've seen really good Frosty Ks just go crazy. And then Fury Warrior, I feel like is very similar to Frosty K. Do we feel like that's about the same? Like where Fury Warrior and Frosty K were about in the same area? Is Rogue a throw pick right now? Absolutely not. Rogue is absolutely insane. Enhance is higher. Do you think so? Do you think Enhance is worthy of S tier? I don't think I can put Enhance above Destro and Fire Mage. But it's very comparable to those, so maybe we move Ellie down. I think that's fair. I think we move Enhance above the Hunter, move the Ellie down below. I think they're all still A tier. Ain't no one getting 20% damage nerf. Is it's taking into account the upcoming class tuning? This is where we're at right now, Colin, and then we're gonna adjust. Getting slapped with a 20% damage nerf. Unholy, yeah, Unholy, exactly. Unholy is getting absolutely nerfed, but rightfully, but I don't know if it's too much. It looks like it's too much, to be honest. But let's keep going. Windwalker, people are sleeping on this class, man. This class is easy A tier. Do I just like for the clout just put it in fucking B tier and just agree with everybody? I feel like I can't really agree with everybody here. Like I feel like Windwalker just performs well. It's more consistent. All right. Well, we can put it in B tier for now. Let's see. Holy Priest, I think, is underperforming as well. I feel like Resto and Holy probably just need pretty significant buffs. Mistweaver's actually performing really well from what I've seen. And they're getting buffed heavily, but we'll just go for where we're at right now. I think Mistweaver is like where we're at right now is probably like a low A tier. I just don't think anybody really compares to Resto Druid. And then in Raid, Prezivoker's like Giga Chad, right? Prezivoker's insane in Raid. But in all other content, I would say it's like probably a B tier healer as well, honestly. Augivoker, S tier, they're getting nerfed. Prop Pally. Dude, Prop Pally actually does crazy damage and people hate on me for this shit, but I think Prop Pally is actually really good. And it makes it so you don't have to bring the Holy Pally. Mistweaver is the best healer in the game right now. I kind of agree, but also I kind of agree, especially after the buffs. But let's go ahead and we'll keep it right here. These are pre-buffs. We're getting sorted right now. Then we're gonna go over the changes that are coming. Dev DH is kind of a low S tier. It's solid, man. It's solid in all content. It's super consistent. The problem is it does require a specific playstyle. So I guess we'll see how that pans out. Havoc was better than I thought. I'm actually pleased to see that Havoc was not F tier coming into launch. Vengeance is okay. In Mythic Plus, Vengeance is always going to be crazy, right? Because you're bringing the magic damage debuff. But we do have Dev DH now that can be slotted in, and Havoc's looking a little bit better. They got some buffs as well. Where we're at right now, I can't really put Dev in the same as Warrior and Prop Pally. I've just seen too many of them get one shot. And I I mean, really, that would be a key brick, right? Like it would just be a key brick. So if I'm seeing really good DH mains get one shot, I know that this class just something's wrong, right? Blood Decay is getting buffed, but I feel like it's similar to this. Feral Druid, oh man, these guys, dude, I feel like their AoE is so crazy, but their single target's ass. I feel like their AoE is just so crazy, though. I don't think I can go A tier on them then. They have the same situation as Ret, don't they? They have really insane AoE, really bad single target. As far as where we're at right now. Beastmaster, I think, was actually underperforming. I'm gonna have to say B tier. What could we move down? What do we think is C tier? Can we move anything down, guys? Am I crazy? Where's Boomkin? B tier by Shadow Priest. These are pre-changes though, pre-changes. This is where we're at right now. Bear got nerfed. Oh yeah, Bear got nerfed hard. Fire Mage S tier. Originally I thought Fire Mage S tier, but I think where we're at right now, I think Fire Mage actually A tier. I think Frost is insane, bro. Frost and Arcane are actually insane. Fire Mage, I think, is in a good spot. I don't think it's... Man, I mean, it is good. It is good, bro. Like, it is good. Do we put... We'll put it at the top of A. This is the top of the DPS for A. I agree, Fire is very, very strong. Like, it's in a great spot. I'm really happy to see Fire up. Fire single target and AoE is insane. Red Pally B tier, they kind of suck right now. Single target isn't good. Okay, yeah, well, you're going to be happy, Mike, if you're a Red Pally main. They got massive single target buffs. Havoc and B, what? Yeah, I think Havoc's B tier, man. Is Sosham really that bad? Yeah, their throughput isn't enough for sure. I think their throughput is just really lacking, man. Can you guys see this all right? Here, we'll back out of this one so we can clear up the screen a little bit. Super Tease, great video, bro. Can we all see that all right? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. So, last one, Beastmaster Hunter. I actually feel like this was doing okay. I don't think I can put it in A tier with all these guys that are competitive. I think Marksman just outshines that, but I do think it's doing a lot better than these. Maybe top of B tier, low A tier? Low A tier? Blizzard needs to fire the warrior class designer. I actually agree. I think Fury Warrior is okay. I think Fury Warrior is okay, like low A tier. But yeah, this is unacceptable. Affliction and Arms Warrior. Yeah, this is not good. So, all right, this is where we're at right now, live right now, okay? On the 17th, there's a lot of changes coming through. We just went through the video. If you guys want, the VOD will be up. You guys can rewatch it on the Twitch, Kick, YouTube, wherever you guys want to watch it. So go follow those. We're going to make the adjustments now. And I want to pull up. One moment, boys. I want to pull up patch notes. At least for significant changes, okay? We're not going to... I'm not going to focus on every little change because there were a lot. But at least the big boys... But at least the big boys we need to address. So if they're gonna move up in tier or down in tier. Okay, so Blood Decay is getting big buffs. Reaper's Mark, 20%. Exterminate damage increased 20%. Wave Souls damage increased 10%. This immediately moves DK up a tier. Just straight up because of damage. So I think that's a good look. I think that is, you want your tanks to be strong, right? Unholy, okay, the nerfs that came to Unholy, I think, tell me what you guys think here. One, was it too much? Do we think the Unholy nerfs were too much? So the changes that came through, or that are coming through, right, that they're going to send live, all damage by 20% reduced, okay? Epidemic damage increased by 10%, and Virulent Plague damage increased by 15%. So they're nerfing all damage by 20%, but they're rebuffing two of the main abilities by 10 and 15%. It's close, I think, to being right, but maybe they'll be a little weak. Maybe they'll be like, and I believe this is kind of where you want to be, like A and S tier, right? Because if you're in the Giga Chads, like you're being targeted heavily for nerfs, right? Like you're the next one up for nerfs. So that never feels good, right? Knowing you're on the chopping block. You think it's good? It feels pretty fair. They'll still be S tier or so. Okay, so we think S tier. I think it's low A tier. Okay. Okay. All right. We're gonna make another pitch. Okay. We're gonna make okay. What do we have? A Giga Chad SABCF. Okay. So Gigas S A B C and F. Yeah. Okay. So Unholy was Giga. We think we're gonna be. You think low S tier, high A tier, another low A tier, Afflog Giga Chads? No, bro, no, CTP here. That's cat, stop the cat. Afflog is not Giga Chad. Low S. Okay, we're getting some input on Twitch as well over here, boys. Okay, so TikTok's saying low A, high A, low S, low S. Okay. All right. Let's say that this is gonna be low S. I'm gonna start it in high A just so I remember that it's kind of in between here. All right, moving on. And we had Unholy DK done as well. I think Unholy DK is going to be an A tier tank now. Demon Hunter Devourer, all damage dealt reduced by 4%. Okay, so Devour DH came in with a 4% nerf. We had them at the Giga Chad. They got the 4% nerf. They just got another 4% nerf. I think this class is still S tier. I think 4% is minuscule. Kyle, thanks for the follow, my boy. Yo, boys, if you're just tuning in, hit that follow, man. Join the Sick Apes. Love seeing you guys up in here. Good input, good conversation. Okay. All right. Unholy's still good. Okay, hard agree. All right, dope. Let's move on. Havoc. All damage increased by 6%. Okay, so we had Havoc B tier. Okay, so this is where we had Havoc. All damage increased by 6%. Immolation Aura damage increased by 10%. Okay, solid. Burning Wound bonus Immolation Aura reduced by 35 was 40. Okay, so small nerf there to Burning Wound. Rage Fire damage increased to 35%. Damage was 30. Okay, so again, a buff there. Essence Spring damage increased by 10%. Glade Tempest damage increased by 10%. Aldraki Reaver had buffs across the board. Is this enough to bring it up into A tier? I think that does break them into A tier. I think that is enough. I think those are good changes. I agree. Okay, solid. I agree. Vengeance. Okay, all damage increased by 10%. Where do we have Vengeance B tier? Yeah, Vengeance B tier. This is kind of overall class feel. Obviously, in Mythic Plus, Vengeance is a goated tank. The mobility, the AoE, the damage, a really good Vengeance. The great news about tanks, boys, right now, okay, is that tanks are insane. All the tanks are in a great spot right now. Okay. That being said, I think Vengeance was one of the weakest of them. All damage increased by 10%, Immolation Aura damage increased by 10%. And then we got some Aldraki Reaver buffs across the board as well. So big damage buffs. Big damage buffs and a 10% overall. Okay, so very similar changes to the Havoc DH. Is this an A tier tank? I think this is an A tier tank now. Okay, so we're going to have to still B tier. We think still B tier? They're already like A, okay, still B tier. Let's just focus on the important things. Where are you reading this? I've got this over on Wildhide, man. So these are the changes coming. Wildhide.com, and then look for the March 17th patch notes. Okay, Druid balance. This is an important one, okay, because we play this. Our young balanced Druid here is very sad. B tier is where I have him right now. Specifically compared to my other range DPS, I feel like he is lacking quite a lot. We're going to keep the Vengeance in B tier then. Interesting. Okay. All right. Sounds good, boys. Sounds good. I kind of agree. I think low A tier tank, maybe high B tier. At least it's closer, right? A 10% buff is substantial. That looks nice. So we'll see. Okay, Balance Druid. All damage increased by 20%, not applied in PvP combat. Okay, instantly right there, I'm telling you right there, that's A tier. Okay. Star Surge damage increased by 8%. Starfall damage decreased by 14%, but remember, we got all damage increased by 20%. So we also gained single target. Okay. Wrath damage increased by 10%. Doesn't matter much. Illusion shows a looter call increases Starfall's damage to your primary target by 120%, up from 100%. So also increases Starfall damage. That's a 20% buff. They nerfed our set piece, and that's about it. Where do we feel like Boomkin's at after that? The ability to track hot season with the UI changes still makes me want to not heal this season. I mean, dude, honestly, I feel it. Silken does have a main heal or tank this season. I can't get a rapid. I can get a raid spot for both. What are you choosing between? I played a lot of Vengeance. Still feels rough, Thomas. Okay, that's good input, bro. That's good input. Probably A, Mythic plus B, raid always weird for them, dude. But with those Star Surge buffs, man, and a 20% buff, I low key feel like these are high A tier, low S, because what we were really missing was boss damage. Okay, we got a 20% buff. Instantly, that moves you into A tier. We were not behind by 20%. We were probably behind by about 15. Do we agree? A? Okay, A tier? Okay. All right, A tier it is. Let's move on. Pharaoh. All damage increased by 6%, not applying PvP. Where did we have Pharaoh? We had Pharaoh at B tier, right? Okay, middle of the pack, B tier is where we had Pharaoh. All damage increased by 6%, Rake Bleed damage increased by 20, Rip damage increased by 10, Swipe damage increased by 10, Rampant Ferocity damage increased by 10, Unseen. Okay, these are massive buffs. Frantic Frenzy damage reduced by 10. Okay. Okay, these are big buffs. However, they also only got a 6% overall. And then they got big bleed damage buffs and swipe buff. This is specifically for PvE overall, Zach. PvE overall, but we are kind of discussing it. Vice of Our S tier. What is this for? PvP. So this is the old list. This is where we're at right now. Okay. This is where we will be after the changes. So this is season one launch. You guys see that? Season 1 launch. Okay. So that's season 1 launch. This is current. This is the current PvE. Okay. I don't know if this was enough to move them into A tier. I'll take S tier. Really? I think that their single target lacks a lot, but they did gain bleeds. They gained a lot of bleed damage and a 6% overall buff. The way to interact with numbers is so odd. That's true. That's true. They could go absolutely crazy. They could not. I think we can go maybe low A on the Feral. I'm thinking definitely not where Boomkin is. I don't think. I think the Boomkin buffs are gonna go absolutely insane. I think it's gonna go absolutely insane. Okay, let's move on. Guardian. All right, boys. Guardian Druid. Oh man. All right, Guardian Druid, dude. Moonless Night now causes your direct damage ability to 20% additional damage was 40k. You get a 50% nerf off the rip to Moonless Night. Wild Guardian rank 4 now causes Echoes to deal 300% increased damage was 150. Okay. That's a buff. Ability damage excluding Moonfire reduced by 20%. Okay. All ability damage, excluding Moonfire, reduced by 20%. There it is right there. That's rough. Moonfire damage reduced by 10%. Okay. So you got a 10% nerf on Moonfire, 20% nerf to everything else. Druid with the Claw. Damage dealt by Ravage to its main target reduced by 27%. Okay, I actually don't think that one is enough because I think that was the problem. Druid with the Claw. Damage dealt by... Actually, but 27%. Plus the other 20%, so really, I mean, that might be about right. Druid of the Claw, damage dealt by Dreadful Wound reduced by 23%. Okay, so Druid of the Claw has some massive nerfs, okay? And then Killing Blow now increases small raids and Ravage damage by up to 70% based on rage consumed was 100%, so roughly a 30% nerf there. I believe that these are significant nerfs to Guardian Druid. Okay, so So let me grab our young guardian druid here, man. Can you see all this still? Okay, yeah, not too bad. All right, cool. So our young guardian druid was absolutely a giga. Absolutely a giga, no question in my mind. Yeah, I'm going in order of notes. Oh, sorry, Ken. Yeah, I'm going in order of notes. So we don't miss any. That happened to challenge they get for like 5% and some bleed changes and they suddenly went S plus. Right, exactly. There is a break point on Feral. That's the thing. There is a break point on Feral where it just starts going crazy. S, maybe not Giga, but they're still also just immortal. Okay, their survivability is still absolutely Giga Chad, right? But now they are losing a significant amount of damage. I will say Blood Decay, Vengeance DH, right? These are killable still. Guardian Druid is not, right? So I think I agree, actually. I think I agree S tier. I think I gotta agree S tier. Gotta be S at the lowest. Okay, so we agree S tier. I think just for survivability and pure fact that you can pull massive packs with this and have good util, and you still bring the Mark of the Wild, right? Bring the B-Res, bring the Roar, bring the Typhoon, you bring so much, dude. I think Guardian Druid's kit in general is just absolutely insane. Okay. Okay. Help my boy BM Hunter. Look at how they massacred my boy. All right, Resto Druid, absolute Giga Chad. In PvE specifically, in PvP, they're actually kind of weak, to be honest. But in PvE, all healing reduced by 6%. And that is it. They also got some damage nerfs. But I will say this, man. I think they're still a giga. What, is that a hot take? Are they still a giga? I mean, 6% is nothing, bro. Right? Like 6% is okay. All right, we all agree. We agree over here. Low S. Seeing Demo get hit so hard, shouldn't this be that be Giga Chad? I feel like it's good arms now. Only saying this based off throughput damage. Ran a mythic earlier with the arms that was making me work for number one. Interesting. Okay, so he was competitive. Was eye level similar? Were you guys similar eye level? Made you still best healer? Okay, I think so as well. Actually, between that and Mistweaver Monk, but we'll get there. I'm trying to go in order so we don't miss any. Evoker, Dev Evoker, Scale Commander, Mass Disintegrate damage bonus for each missing target reduced to 10% plus 15%. Okay. Yeah, literally not a change at all to that. So they were Giga. They really didn't get hit at all. I mean, bro, maybe did we over evaluate them? Yeah, we had them in Giga. Did we over evaluate them? Are they S tier? I feel like you can't not get nerfed and be S tier unless everybody, including Blizzard, doesn't realize that they're that OP. Okay, I'm gonna compromise here. I'm gonna compromise here and say that Dev Evoker was S tier, and we're gonna keep them in S tier. Does that sound fair? A tier in your opinion? All lizards are in favor right now. Okay. What he said, Evoker is just great across the board. Yeah. I agree. I think all Evokers looking at they average 57 compared to like 45k HPS right now. Okay. Timo was only an 8% nerf, still top 5. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll review the classes that we play. I play Warlock, right? So we'll review the classes we play very closely. Augmentation Evoker, absolute Giga Chad. This class just gives you so much more value out of your other DPS. Great class. They were absolute Giga. They also got nerfed. So Scale Commander Mass Eruption damage bonus for each missing target reduced to 10% was 15. Molten Embers damage bonus reduced to 15% was 25. Okay, that's nearly a 50% nerf. Duplicate Ring 4 stat bonus reduced to 75% was 100%. So a 25% nerf there. How do we feel about this? Aug Evokers? I feel like that's a reasonable nerf. You've done the Sims? Okay. Including the changes, Panda? Red probably got some love. Best thing about the demo changes is removing the RNG from demon sums. Thank God. I agree as well, actually, Kai. Red lock since BC main lock. Hell yeah, Panda. We that lock gang. I am a lock main as well. Good input then. We can definitely bounce some stuff off each other for Warlock, for sure. I think Augivoker, it's still Esther, man. Like, yeah, you're losing a little bit of Molten Embers damage. Yeah, you're losing a little bit of your stat bonus. But overall, it brings the same kit, right? Like, you're basically the bard of the group, man. Like, you're making everybody stronger. 8% nerf single, 10% AoE nerf. Okay, that seems a little bit. Okay, so it was a 10% AoE nerf. That's pretty significant, man. We'll look at it here. I think Lock was S tier, not quite Giga, but that's okay. We'll look at it here. Prez Invoker, rewind healing increased by 200% outside of raid. Outside of raid. Okay. So we gotta have a close conversation about Prez Invoker. We had him in B tier. However, I did mention that in raid, these guys are absolute Giga Chat. Like when they have the amount of targets to heal, it goes crazy, right? So we had him in B tier overall. But you're also getting 100% buff to rewind healing off the rip. I mean, that immediately brings them up to A tier, right? We're also getting a 100% buff, so going to 250% from 125% on Marithra's Blessing, increasing direct healing of Dream Breath. Dream Breath's direct healing is also increased by 20%. Marithra's Best versus 1% damage was 2. Perversion healing increased by 25%. These are substantial buffs. It's not too bad to be honest. Demo stop ahead of the other 3. Still ahead of the other 3. Okay. Still ahead of the other lock specs. Put that lizard in B. Really? I don't think so. I don't know about that. I feel like Prez Evoker, like this is a super solid direction for them, right? It's interesting that they have to do the thing that's outside of raid. You think it's mid-A? Okay. I can agree with this. I think in raid, this Prez Evoker's just Giga though. I have to note this. I think in raid, Prez Evoker's insane, but overall, okay. Overall, we can agree with A tier overall. All right. I'm cool with that. I think that's fair. Okay. Hunter survival auto attack damage increased by 35%. Sure. Wildfire bomb primary target damage bonus increased to 80%, was 60. Okay, so about a 33% buff there. Raptor strike damage increased by 10%. Okay, this is good. And this is Survival Hunter. Raptor Strike now deals 35 to 70% increased damage. His primary target was 25 to 50. Okay. Big damage buff there. Also only on the main target, right? So just keep that in mind. Fix an issue causing sanctified armaments to do modified damage. Okay, whatever. They had a bug. They fixed the bug. Okay. So I would say slight buffs to Survival Hunter. I think it looks like we had it middle of the pack A tier. I think Survival is in a good spot. I think Survival's in a good spot. I think we keep it A tier even with those buffs, yeah? Jesse, thanks for the follow, homie. The reduction from 2% to 1% is kind of a big hit. Is it a big hit, Yaga? For Prez? Okay. Okay, Survive is still A. Okay. All right, cool. Prez is good. People just keep saying they're bad because they don't know how to play it. Interesting. Yeah, Lumberjack. He's saying that he simmed Demo top 5 after nerfs. Okay. Arcane Mage is next. Interesting. Hot take here. I think I had it in S tier, correct? Let's see. Where did I have Arcane Mage? Okay, we had Arcane Mage in S tier. It was definitely AS tier, right? It's very strong. It's very good. However, what came through is actually a nerf, okay? And depending on what type of content you're in. So Arcane Blast damage increased by 25%. Arcane Blast is your filler. It's a single target spell. Yada yada. It's not really a huge deal to buff this spell. You're gonna get a little bit of filler single target buff, right? So we were at S tier. However, Arcane Cleave got nerfed by 33%, so it's going to 40% from 60. Okay. Spellslinger is also getting nerfed by about 30 to 50% from Splintering Orbs, reduced to 10% was 25, and Controlled Instant Cleave percentage reduced to 40% was 60. Okay, so we're losing a lot of AoE here, and we're getting very minimal, very, very minimal single target. I think, to be honest, this brings it into a more reasonable, like, high A tier. I guess 10% buff, yeah. Is Havoc DH A tier? Let's go a little bit lower on Havoc DH. I don't think this is, I think Havoc DH is still behind these guys. I think it will be somewhere like this. What do you guys think? You think it'll be B tier? I don't think it'll be B tier, right? This is for PvE, Young. We can look at PvP afterwards. Still A as a 5-man. Okay. Okay, dope. What do we think? Where's Ellie Shaman on this map? We're getting to it, my man. We're getting to it. We're adjusting. So this is the old, right? This is live. This is where we're at right now. On the 17th, this will be kind of our predictions, right? Basically, as a community, we're kind of having a little bit of a discussion here. Specifically, if you're a main of these classes, right? That's good to let me know. And you've been playing it all launch. That would be dope. I think Havoc, even after buff, needs love. Okay. Y'all, thank you for the rose, my boy. Evan Martin coming in hot. Appreciate the cheers, man. All right. I feel like as a Mage Lock main, okay, that this arcane nerf is substantial. It's impactful, right? To our AoE specifically. And we were in S tier, and I think moving them down 1 tier is a fair place to start. Because it is a pretty significant nerf. It's about a 33% nerf across the board to our AoE, to some of our AoE abilities, right? Like our big AoE abilities, Barrage and Orb, in the Spellslinger build specifically. So this is a substantial nerf. I think we do drop it down a tier. I don't think we drop it down 2 tiers though. I need Half-Lock to get some love too. See, I'm not even gonna lie. Frost Mage or Fire. Honestly, Frost is looking better and more consistent to me, and it has better survivability. So keep that in mind, but we're going to go over it right now. Okay, let's move on. Fire Mage. So, okay, guys, this is the Mage section right here that I'm looking at. There is no Frost change. All right? There's no Frost change. So Arcane getting nerfed. Fire getting a slight nerf to Flame Strike's Ignite damage. We're getting some changes to set piece. I'm not even going to consider this because we don't have set piece yet, so I won't consider this. Fireball damage increased by 15%. Frost Fireball damage increased by 15%. Fire Blast damage increased by 25%. Okay, so single target buffs here. Large nerf here to Flame Strike Ignite. To AoE. So I think overall this is a nerf. Especially during your Combust Flame Strike window, right? That's going to be a lot more impactful than a Fireball or a Frost Firebolt. So I believe that that's a pretty significant nerf. We had Fire Mage in very high A tier, the top of A tier. I still think A tier though. What do you guys think? I think maybe bottom of A tier to me. Blizzard hates fire. Fire is my favorite, but it's weak as always. I don't think it's weak. I actually think it's very strong. I think that nerf was substantial, though. Yo, Matt coming in with the follow. Appreciate it, homie. Yo, we got a bunch of coins up in the chat. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Tons of coins in the chat. Thank you, thank you. Yes, this is a PvE list right now. Okay. Yo, Ariana, thank you for the share. It will be higher than Unholy for sure. You think so? Okay, so you think it'll be higher than Unholy? Really? Oh man, okay. I think the pruning messed up fire as well. But they did fix it a little bit. It was having a fire blast issue where it felt clunky. They did fix that. I was playing it a lot during the beta. Putting Guardian in S tier after it's losing 35% of its damage is insane. To be honest, it was Giga Chad, man. It lost a lot of its damage. But let's be honest, dude, it was literally doing 200% more damage than all the other tanks. So losing 35% is a reasonable change, I think. I think it's still very strong. And it's also survivable. Like, it doesn't have the issue of Vengeance DH, right? It has better cooldown management, brings a lot more in its kit, right? So we're considering a lot more than just like a number, right? I guess. Well, let's go through the rest of them. I'll be interested to see what you got to say. Damage doesn't matter when you're immortal. It kind of does. Fire sucks. Frost is always best. I don't think fire sucks. Fire Mage? I don't think Fire Mage sucks. I think it's actually in a good spot. I think that this Flame Strike nerf, I think this does hurt though, right? Increases Flame Strike ignite damage by 15% was 50%. I mean, that ignite does hurt, right? But you're going to be pumping Fire Blast into this target. Like, that's not your whole ignite, right? That's just the Flame Strike ignite, right? So I feel like this is okay. Like, this isn't going to really kill it. This isn't going to kill it, right? It is going to hurt its AoE quite a bit, or at least just its ignite, its sustain AoE. But overall, I think that it's still in a really good spot. I think it's in a good spot. Frost will probably be main Mythic Plus now, and Fire for Raid. I actually think it's going to be Frost. I think Frost not getting... Let's go... So, okay, so since we had Frost... Where did we have it? S tier? I think we had it at S tier. Okay, so we had Frost in S tier. Frost not getting changed here, right? I think just by default keeps it in S tier, okay? And I also think it's a lot stronger than people are realizing in all types of content, right? So it can do AoE very well. It can do Mythic Plus very well, like 2-target, 3-target, chain pull, burst AoE, sustain single target, right? It can do all the damage profiles very well. On top of that, which is very important, is that its survivability is double of all the other mage specs. It's literally double. Beam needs buff badly. There's a patch notes for the Frost like 2 days ago from WoW, no? Frost still feels great, man. I mean, Frost Mage played fire and don't cap it as high on DPS. I mean, Frost Mage played fire. Okay. Can you show the blue post again? Didn't it say 150%? Blue post. This is going to be Raid and Mythic Plus. So this is like basically PvE overall ranking. And we're discussing them, right? So we're kind of saying like, hey, with the caveat of like, for example, Prince Evoker and Raid is Giga Chad, but overall A tier. We apparently lost our second day of Frost change on PTR. There's a big post on the forums complaining. Really? I'm sad for Unholy. I think Unholy's still going to be okay. It is a big nerf, but their uncapped AoE was pretty out of control. I'm not going to lie. Okay. Let's move on. If anybody else has any other input on Frost Mage, speak now. We apparently lost our second day. Okay. Mage is looking great. I agree. BM needs buff badly. I think they got a little bit. Okay, so we have, let's see, Brewmaster Monk. Okay, these guys were absolute chads, bro. Like, same thing as Druid. Like, they were just absolute chads. I also think that they got hit way less than Druid. So let's see. Master of Harmony, Meditative Focus now increases damage dealt by Tiger Palm by an additional 50% was 100. Okay. Master of Harmony, Aspect of Harmony stores Vitality based on 12% of damage done and 6% of effective healing. Was 25 to 12%. Okay. So specifically to Master of Harmony, 50% nerf. This is still Giga Chad, right? Like, this is still Giga Chad, right? Ruining the fun of Frost, but I think the damage will be fine. I agree. I'm sad for Unholy Red getting a buff. Yes, Red is getting big single target buffs. And Arcane single target got buffed. Slightly nerfed for AoE. It's better for Raid now. Yeah, I think that Arcane Mage getting the Arcane Blast buff is minimal. Specifically compared to losing a lot of your cleave potential. Finish the hunters. Did I? Oh, we didn't. They didn't have any changes. You're right. Hold up. They didn't have any changes for. Oh, they did. They did. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. What did we start? We did survival. Okay. Yep. Let's do Beastmaster real quick. Barbershop. Okay. So where do we have Beastmaster? B tier. Where is it? Okay. Very low A tier. Okay. Low A tier. So we had Beastmaster and low A tier. I think maybe more accurate would have been high B tier. Do we agree with this? I think this looks more accurate to me now that I'm kind of looking at what is in A tier now that we have it all laid out. I think high B tier would have probably been more accurate. Okay. Barbershot damage dealt increased by 35%. Okay. Just a straight up 35% buff to that. Cobra shot damage increased by 100%. Jesus. So there's your dot. Dark Ranger Black Arrow initial damage increased by 50%. Okay. I mean these are big buffs, dude. Black Arrow and Barbershot, right? Those are pretty substantial, yeah? Havoc is not A tier? You don't think so? After these changes? Where do you think it's at? And can we do Fury War real quick? I gotta go to a birthday party and don't want to miss it. Okay, alright. What's your review for Og Evoker? Sorry, I didn't catch that part. Okay, we'll do Fury Warrior real quick, and then we'll do Og Evoker, we'll recap, and then we can talk about Havoc DH, and then we'll keep going. I think that this moves Beastmaster Hunter though up to like I don't know if it's. I feel like Fire Mage is still going to be better than these. I feel like Fire Mage is like right here, and maybe Beastmaster Hunter right around here. Do we agree? Fire Mage above Havoc, BM, and Feral, but in A tier after the nerfs. I feel like do we agree? Price is also insane though. It's not going to miss invites. I just like hunters for whatever reason. Okay. On to the. We're gonna hook our homie up real quick, boys, and we're gonna do Fury Warrior by request. So when we get there, just remind me, and then we'll come back to Marksman Hunter. Yeah, Marksman Hunter next. Okay, Fury Warrior, all damage dealt increased by 10%. Okay, I think Fury Warrior was a sleeper. I think Fury Warrior was low A tier. Yep, low A tier. A 10% buff to this. I mean, this is immediately in top of A tier, right? Is it S tier? I mean. So Fury got a 10% buff to all damage, straight up, all damage. And then Slayer, chance for Reap the Storm to trigger, chance triggered, changed to 20% was 30. So a slight nerf to their proc damage, right? Like their proc of Reap the Storm. You don't think Guardian will be pushing top keys now? But this is also for PvE overall. Where's Marksman Hunter? We're about to grab him. We're S tier now for sure. I kind of think so as well. I think low S tier is a fair start for this until we see more. Like bottom S. Okay, I agree. Especially in full melee comp, S tier at least. Okay. Okay, how do we feel about Raid? How do we feel about Fury single target? Man, dust off the Fury. Unholy got tanked pretty hard, pretty bad. Just sad about SP, Unreal. Press is good. Okay. I think SP's gonna be okay. I'll go over these. I'll go over these changes with you real quick. So let's finish up the hunters here. We were on Marksman Hunter. All right, there you go, my boy. There's the Fury War. We've decided low S tier. As a community, we got the Twitch rolling, we got the TikTok weighing in. Okay, cool. All right, let's see. Is this in the way? Okay, that's not cool. So back to the hunters. We were on Marksman. Okay, Marksman Hunter. So we had Marksman in, I believe, A tier. Is this where I had Marksman? Oh, I had them in low S tier. Interesting. I actually kind of agree with this, man. Marksman kind of rips, bro. I've seen some crazy shit from Marksman, man. Okay. The only change to Marksman, Sentinel, fix an issue causing sanctified armaments to do modified by damage taken and damage dealt increases. With where everything is, marksman hunters, 10% is wild. Okay, yeah, I think 10% is insane. Awesome thing. No problem, boys. No problem. Yo, boys, don't forget to hit that follow, spam the like or whatever, you know. Help the boy out. Trying to make sure we get the community rolling. Where is up with the word wild nowadays? I don't know. It's just an expression. But why was Blood Decay so high on the other list? Did he get a higher rate from raid? So Blood Decay got I think I changed this on accident. You're right. This is supposed to be pre-buffs. I think I might have just moved it on accident. Yeah, so on the other list originally, I think right now Blood Decay is B tier. After the buffs, goes to A tier. Marksman Hunter, do we think low S tier? Brew Giga Chad, yay. Yeah, Brewmaster's gonna still just be insane. The nerfs weren't they were substantial, like they were impactful, but they weren't gonna change at all its damage compared to like what they did to Guardian Druid, right? And good Brewmasters who can manage their stagger are still gonna be totally fine. Brewmaster's looking insanely good. Been pumping on my brew? Absolutely, Alex. Hell yeah. That's what we love to hear, man. It's fun when your class is strong, right? Marksman Single Target is very good for how great its AoE is as well. Just joining, is this for Raid and Mythic or PvP? So this is specifically for PvE, which is going to be Raid and Mythic Plus. They did nothing because of the other hero talent, and this is the meta build. Okay. This is the level above the top. Master of Harmony wasn't being taken. Okay. Okay, that dude, good input there. Good input there. Okay, so absolutely zero changes to this, right? All right, I think we keep Marksman low A tier. I think this is one of the classes people are sleeping on. At the very least, this is high A tier. I think I want to put this in low S tier. I'm nervous. Want to know about Demonology? Here we go. Unholy took that hard of a hit. Unholy did take a very hard hit. Went from straight Giga Chad down to I think. Now we don't have like straight data on this yet, or we don't have enough testing on it. But I think it's going from Giga Chad down to about high A tier, and Arcane's going from S tier to about high A tier. So these were very comparable throughout the beta, which is why I mentioned them together. This is PvE, Grand. PvE. Season 1 launch, PvE. One can never touch my bro. Okay, no demon got nerfed on some demons, but buffed on the others. Okay, Maturba, that's actually a good thing for us demo locks. We will get there in a moment, but basically it is a lot more consistent. Now, if you only get an Argus demon, you know, you don't do 5 billion damage, but when you get the other demons, you also don't do no damage, right? So it's not RNG based anymore. They're trying to make it so that no matter what demon you summon, you're going to be doing respectable damage, not just praying that you get like double Argus proc, right? So that's very good because you don't want your damage to be like completely RNG based on what demon comes out, which is really unfortunate with Demo Lock, right? It was actually really annoying me. Arcane blast damage. Okay, so we already went over this. We went over fire. We went over monk. Where'd we end up? Okay, I believe we were on Brewmaster. Okay, we did that. Still Giga Chad. And we're on Mistweaver now. Okay, Mistweaver. I think Mistweaver was S or very high A, right? Okay, we had him in S tier. So I agree with this. Now, Shield's gift healing got increased by 60%, bro. By 60%, Shield's gift cloud now increases its healing by 10% per stack was 33. Prior teaching now increases the transfer of ancient teachings by 260% was 200. With the Korean now transfers 340% of damage onto one ally. 340% damage onto one ally was 125% onto 3. This is a huge single target buff. GFR stomp damage now transfers into ancient teachings at 20% effectiveness. Sure. And then Invarium is healing increased by 30%. I believe that's their mastery. I think that this is an absolute Giga Chad now. What do we think? Just started leveling the DK. No, Steve got nerfed some demons, but okay. Leveling the DK. DK's in a good spot, Grant. Don't be disappointed if your class is in A tier or higher. Very competitive. Giga Chads are probably next on the block for nerfs. S tier is obviously your meta, and A tier is very strong and competitive, right? So this is competitive. Once you get into B, C, and F, you're probably not competitive, I would say. And I actually want to put Vengeance up here as well, to be honest. I think Vengeance has a place in the meta, specifically with caster comps when you don't bring a Devour DH, right? I don't know, man. But Brewmaster's damage is just so crazy, like. And Guardian's unkillable. Sometimes Vengeance falls over. I don't know. Okay. Rep, please. Which class was that? The one that I just did? That's Mistweaver. Mistweaver went from S tier. I think it's a Giga Chad, man. I think this is a sleeper class. I think people are just absolutely sitting on this. Struggles with mana and Radot, they only feel viable in Mythic Plus. Even running your Innervates, like even if you run Innervates into your Mistweaver, or what? I don't know about Mistweaver and Giga? Really? Hard to play in Raid. Restitute is easy X and a Mythic and Raid. Okay, all test from Mistweaver shows it can't go the distance. Okay, this is based on mana. Don't talk about Blue too much. I don't want to be nerd. Okay. Okay, shh. Okay. All right, we'll keep it in S tier then. I think the throughput on Mistweaver is absolutely insane, man. I'm going to be honest. I think the straight throughput on it is just absolutely out of control. Now, they may have mana problems, but, get yourself a couple Druids, innervate your Mistweaver Monk, boom, bang, bang, bada bing, bada boom. pop some mana pods, you're good to go. All right, Ret Pally, with an R, then a P. Oh my god, bro, the struggle. Ret Pally, fried. Druid is great, but they can't compete in Raid. Okay. Oh, we are on Ret right now. Look at that timing. Jug, look at that timing. All right, so Ret Pally, I believe, was middle of the pack B tier. I think a very middle performer. Okay. However, the buffs that came through are massive. I mean, they are massive, dude. So the only nerf you got was a Divine Storm by 12%. Okay? The rest of these numbers are above. Final Verdict, 30%. Light Within, 25. Templar Slash, 25. Melee damage, just straight melee, 25. Crusader damage, 25. From 25, improved from 35, right? Auto attack speed. High Lord Judgment damage increased by 25. Herald of the Sun, Dawnlight, 25. Herald of the Sun, Dawnlight, Cleave, 4% was 5. This is a very small nerf. And this is a very small nerf. Well, this is kind of a decent nerf, 12%, I guess. But it was going just crazy in AoE. You guys aren't even worried if you lose 12% in AoE burst. Templar, Imperial Hammer, 30%. Templar, Raffle Descent, 35%, down from 50. Templar Hammer, light damage increased by 10%. All right, Rets, what do we think? I think these single target buffs are exactly what you needed. I think Ret Pally's single target buffs are, dude, the kit in Ret, I mean, can it compete with Arcane Mage? Is it? Where are we at? I feel like it's up here, man. You think S? You think S tier? High A tier. S with these buffs. Mystic Zero, as long as it's a good pull and you understand the Cleave, easy A plus. There'll be high A, low S. High A at least. I'm seeing a lot of low S as well. Okay. For the very first time in my tier list career, boys, we get to put Ret Pally in S tier. Holy shit, man. They've done it. You guys have done it. Let's fucking go. Hi. Now give me freedom. That's crazy. Okay, so from B tier straight up to low S. All right, I like this. I like this, man. I like it when classes are strong, bro. I'm proud. I'm proud of Blizzard for that one. I hope that they are low S. Low S would be perfect. Don't get nerfed. You're strong enough. You feel super fun. I would love that. I would love that. We will see. It seems like the consensus, though, and kind of my feeling is high A, low S on Ret. That's really good. We like that. Okay, Disc Priest, I think, was roughly A tier. Let's move on. We gotta speed it up a little bit here. Okay, Disc Priest was, yeah, solid A tier. I think that people are sleeping on this class, bro. I think people are sleeping on this class so goddamn hard. The damage on Discrease is insane. The cooldowns are great. Yeah, it's a proactive healer, and it's very difficult to play Discrease. But once you're a good Discrease and you understand how this class works, I mean, I don't know, man. Do we keep it in A? It's getting a 20% penance buff. So that's more damage and more healing. Stay away from me and BBR. Take into account because a BRS is always going to be necessary. Yeah, taking into account everything, but you also got to remember that, you know, you're definitely going to have most likely a Guardian Druid, a Boomkin, a DK, like Pally, like a Warlock, right? Warlocks are in a good spot right now. They bring a B-Res. You're going to have these B-Res anyways, right? It's not... Stop having so many classes in S here? Really? I mean, and the thing is I'm differentiated pretty well here. Like we got like basically, and I mean this in the nicest way. Like probably needs a nerf. S is like low S is exactly where you want to be. You're competitive in all content or meta. A is competitive, and then B is weak, right? C is probably benched. And then F tier is like a fundamental change. Like the class has to be reworked. I mean, that's kind of how I see this. Okay, we agree. We want to differentiate more. I mean, we still have a lot to go here. We do still have a lot to go here. I don't feel like many other classes are really that weak anymore. The heal and absorbs. This looks great, man. I think I've seen some Arms and Walker gotta be ranked. Okay. Oh yep, we do have warriors. We do have warriors on the board. Okay, so Arms was, I'm gonna be real. Arms was F tier, man. Arms was F tier. Let's go down and finish the warriors. So the only changes to Arms, which I think is a step in the right direction, it's a 15% damage buff. Now, I don't think they were behind by 15%, though. Were they behind by 50%? I mean, they're definitely at least on this level. 50%'s significant, man. Like, usually the difference between, like, a Giga or at least an S tier and, like, B tier is roughly, like, 10%. Right? And then below that is like what we're saying, like, hey, you're benched and like you're not competitive or whatever. And then F tier is like you need a fundamental change, right? So I feel like they're in the mix now. Maybe. All right, so the change was 15% to all damage. Master of Warfare's final rank heroic strike now increases the damage you deal to enemies affected by your next Colossus Smash by an additional 3%, stacks 5 times. So that's technically a 15% also stacking, right? Yo, thank you for the gifts, guys. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the love. Shout out to this expansion slaps. Yo, Reg, thanks for the follow, homie. Yeah, slap the like, hit the follow, guys. Make sure you can find the stream again. Arms and Windwalker gotta be ranked. Okay. What do we feel about Arms, guys? Rhett is feasting. I think so as well. I think Rhett is in a great spot. Bear is pretty strong. Yep. He's another class well enough. Yep. Propelli next to Brew. What are you smoking? Propelli next to Brew. What? Propelli's right here, bro. This strategy's never had good experiences with prop allies. Why Vengeance B? Can we do Windwalker? Okay, let's fill in the gaps here. We're getting a lot. Okay, all right. I'm gonna keep Arms Warrior in B tier then. It got a 15% buff. I really want to put it in low A tier, man. I'm not gonna lie. I really want to put this in low A tier. I'm not even gonna lie. When people are saying we have to differentiate, if we put Arms War in low A tier, what moves down? Not Feral. Feral just got massive bleed buffs, and that's the lowest one we got on here. I mean, I don't think we can put this in B tier, bro. 15% is a substantial buff, and then Fury also got the 10%. Like Fury is fucking furious. Fury is beasting right now as well. Okay, what was the other one you guys wanted to finish before we move on? Prot Warrior, right? Prot Warrior, I think was A tier. What were the changes on it? Prot Warrior, all damage dealt increased by 10%. That's substantial, man. And Prot Warrior is kind of unkillable too. It wasn't really competitive with Bear on damage though, right? I think Arms is honestly in a good spot, bro. I have to see more on this. I feel like in single target specifically, it's going to be better than these three. I feel like Arms is like right here. I think Feral got bleed buffs. Maybe like this? Does this seem right? I feel like this seems right, bro. I put Unholy at A. It's higher. Unholy just got Giga Nerf, bro. Or it's about to on Tuesday. Power is A. Okay. All right. It seems like everybody's okay with this. I think we all agree. Unholy just got smashed. Yeah. Well, it hasn't yet. It's going to be Tuesday, right? So this is a prediction for where we think things are going to land. I think Prot Warrior is super solid. 10% buff though, while Druid takes a 35% nerf to damage. But Prot Warrior is also unkillable and just got a 10% damage buff. Do we move Prot Warrior up? Is the question. Do we move Prot Warrior up to S tier? You want Arms in B? After a 15% buff? This Brute only S because damage. Some of them manage stagger so bad. Hey man, that's a skill issue though, right? That's a skill issue. We can't take into account skill issue, right? You gotta get good, man. I mean, it's you can't say a class is bad just because you don't push the damn button or manage it, right? Like, so I think Brewmaster is very good. Yeah, damage wise, having Ring of Peace, especially on some of the dangerous packs. Dude, just good leg sweep AoE. Like it's a good class, bro. It's just a good class, good damage. If you can manage the stagger mechanic, you're looking good, man. Good mobility. I mean, yeah, class just looks great. If they don't run the right build, they'll get blown up. I think Monk and Vengeance DH notoriously have always been the kiting tanks, right? Okay. So we haven't had much input on Prot Warrior. A 10% damage buff though, I feel like it's pretty significant. Do we feel like S tier? Is that fair? We moved Blood Decay up to A tier. I think Prot Warrior goes up to S tier, right? Okay. And those are all the changes. Okay, so the rest of these. Oh wait, no. Sorry. We skipped. That's right. Where were we at? We were at Monk. Then we went Paladin. Then we went Disc Priest. Okay, Shadow Priest, bro. Oh my god. Okay, this is where we're at. Thank God. Okay, so Shadow Priest. I'm not gonna lie, man. I was so tilted when they nerfed this by 15% in the beta. I almost lost my shit. Almost deleted my Shadow Priest. I was so pissed. Like the 15% nerf was egregious, bro. Like they were outperforming by like 5%, and then they just nerfed us into C tier, bro. Okay, probably legitimately B tier. Yeah, B tier is where I had it. Okay, so Shadow Priest was B tier. Okay. What happened, or what is happening on Tuesday? All damage increased by 10%. Okay, I think that alone brings it to A tier. All damage by 10%. Okay, I think that is a substantial buff. However, there are some caveats. So Shadow Word death damage increased. Okay, very minimal. Mind Blast damage increased by 20%, also kind of minimal, but we'll take that single target buff for sure. Mind Flay damage increased by 20%. Idol N'Zoth damage increased by 20%. Shadow Word Madness damage increased by 20%. Okay, all of these are big single target buffs. However, Psychic Link now causes direct damage spells to inflict 20% of their damage to all other targets, down from 60. That is a 66% nerf. That's a 66% nerf on AoE. How do we feel about it? Don't cope. SP is C tier. No, SP is not C tier, bro. No. We could say SP was like high C tier before these changes, maybe. But there's no way it's C tier. Shadow Priest AoE got nuked pretty hard. If you took third right hand prop, Holly was untouched. Holly was probably number 2. Okay, we'll consider that when we get to prop Holly. We'll consider the tanks. 27% loss on 12 target. I mean, dude, that is brutal. I'm not even gonna lie. That is brutal. Phil, but I will say this, bro. A lot of the stuff in the beta, when it launched, it wasn't what we thought it was, right? So there's no way anybody's running a 20 because keys aren't out yet. So I'll say this, the beta gave us a good idea on most classes, but some of them are very off. And what's going on right now with these Vengeance DH, bro, is like very good rank 1 DHs that I've played with are getting one shot by shit, just randomly one shot. And that right there, the inconsistency for that, for me, puts it in B tier. Like it's instantly, if that happens in a key, in a high key, it's a brick, right? He's gone. You're thinking about coming back, MDM? Yo, you got to come back, man. You got to join us, bro. You got to join us, man. We need all the boys back, and it's great. They just got rid of button bloat. Shadow will top DPS on boss fights with minimum ads, but our AoE is 30% nerf. Dude, oh my god, the AoE nerf, that hurts so bad, though. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, man. The single target is definitely better. I think in raid, low S tier. I think in raid, Shadow Priest low S tier, bro. In single target fight. But dude, the AoE nerf on our highest damage, ability by 66%, bro. Overall, where do we feel Shadow Priest is at, guys? I'm not gonna lie, I want to put it in B tier. I want in raid it's S tier, but in AoE it's gonna be C tier at best. So it's somewhere in between S and C. So what do we think? B or A tier? Move arms back down to D tier where it belongs? Nah, bro, I just got 50. What? I mean, bro, arms is going to be kind of wild, man. 15% buff is crazy. For Shadow, low A. Okay, I'm seeing low A. I'm seeing B. Low A. B. Which what we got? C no buff. C no buff. Yo, Bear, you're capping. Hey, what's up, baby cakes? Breakfast is ready. All right, okay. I'll finish up the tier list real quick. All right, guys, we got a mob here. All right. I'm gonna be generous and say it's the bottom of A tier. No, we gotta differentiate a little bit. You guys are right. I don't think it's on par with these, man. I don't think it's on par with these. It's B tier. It's guys. I'm sorry. It has to be B tier. Bear for raid and mythic. Yeah, I think so. I think more so for raid. Now that they got the damage nerfs, because you know tank damage does matter in Mythic plus timing, right? But in raid, it's a different story, man, right? Okay, I think Shadow Priest single target is going to be competitive in raid, man. But that AOE nerf, I think that is the wrong direction. I think that this AOE, the best Yeah, I think it's just got to be B tier, man. Okay, Sub Rogue, dude, this class was out of control. Where did I have it? Okay, I had it in Giga Chat. They got fucking buffed. This class is like, hold on, we just need to like, do we just move everything down and just put Rogue in its own tier? Let's just Sub Rogue at the top. This is Rogue. Rogue, Sub Rogue, Sub Rogue. Okay, but it is really a Giga Chat. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, there's no question in my mind about this. Sub Rogue is probably the best melee DPS in the game. Like, it's actually out of control. I want to see Shaman. Okay, Guardian Druid took a big ouch. Yeah, just in damage though. I think it's less than people are thinking, but it is significant. It's definitely like a 30% nerf, I believe. Don't have to Blizzard for size if those close to PR makes it live, honestly. Makes me sad. Paladin damage is insane. It is. I think we are getting there. Okay, Shamans are next. Let's see. Sub Rogue. Okay, well, actually, but let's finish the rogues real quick. No other changes to the other rogues. I think I had them in about B tier. I agree. I think they stay right around B tier. To me, these are the specs that feel like they're underperforming. I want to move Vengeance DH up, but the fact that it just gets one shot randomly and the players who are doing that's happening to are very good demon hunters concerns me. So that's all. I think maybe survivability buff, and then this class just boom, easy up to ARS 2. Something with Vengeance DH doesn't feel right. Okay, Shaman. Alisham, chain lightning damage increased by 10%, earthquake damage increased by 10%. Small buffs, it was S tier. Alisham, still S tier. Do we agree? Do we agree or do we no agree? Oh, we had an A tier. I think S tier though. I think low S tier, very high A tier. Well, I mean, Unholy and Arcane got giga nerfed. It's stronger than this, right? It's stronger than this. I think it's low S tier. Do we agree? It's S? Okay. Still A in my hand, but enhance goes S. Okay. So we think we're thinking this and this. I think enhance better than Ellie. I mean, I agree. Enhance is kind of insane. What were the changes to enhance? All damage increased by 8%. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Lightning bolt damage increased by 10%. Chain lightning damage increased by 10%. Promoter serum damage increased by 10%. Yeah, I think low S here for enhanced shaman is a perfect spot. Okay, I agree with this. Resto healing rate increased by 45%. So AoE that nobody stands in. Great. Healing increased by 20%. That is nice. I don't necessarily think it's on par with these though. I think Spriest is like way better than Resto Shaman, right? Do they think Shadows B? Yeah, I think the nerf to its biggest AoE damage by 66% pretty much just kills that spec in Mythic Plus. On top of that, you have no utility, right? Like every 2 minutes, you're gonna bring a massive spell. Brill, this is for PvE specifically. We'll do a PvP one some other time. I thought we were gonna have time, but I actually have to go eat breakfast here in a little bit. The Psychic Link nerf sucks. Yeah, the Psychic Link is it pretty much kills Shadow Priest's AoE. It effectively kills your AoE. CPV at the top. I got you guys. Hey, hell yeah. Okay, sick. Let's keep moving. All right, we agree. Resto Shaman B tier still. Okay. Resto Shaman B tier. Spriest. Yeah, it's wild. Okay. All right. Let's keep moving. Warlock, Destro, Helk. Okay, big nerfs to Warlock. Okay, so starting with Destro, it looks like we were at A tier. I'm not liking where this is going, boys. I'm gonna be honest. So Warlock was A tier, Destro Lock specifically. Hellcaller. Zalan's cruelty now increases shadow damage by 5%, was 8, roughly a 30% or 50% nerf right in there. Zalan's frosty now increases fire damage dealt by 5%, was 8. Same type of nerf. Blackened soul damage reduced by 50%. Okay, a large portion of our damage. Through the Felvine now increases random fire damage by 6%, was 8. So also an AoE nerf. Through the Felvine increases scale damage by 35%, was 10. This change does not affect PvP. Okay, interesting. So they're reallocating a lot of our damage into Chaos Bolt. So it was 10%. Now it's 35%. The other nerfs, I think, are offsetting that. I think the Destro still stays A tier. This is as a Warlock main. To me, these look scary. But I think that they offset each other, and the Chaos Bolt buff is going to be just fine. I think Destro is going to be just fine. I think very similar to an Arcane Mage type of power. What do you guys think? Destro goes B and Demo goes low A. It's going to be really good in raid. Demo didn't get hit that hard. Destro's going to just shift its build and be better for it. I think so as well. I think we want to see more of our damage into Chaos Bolt, right? I think this is a good thing. If you don't have Prop Paladin Giga, this is invalid. Okay, got it. All right, Destro is my fave. Okay, I honestly think I think and this is as a Warlock man, so just take take this with a grain of salt. Like obviously, right, I value you guys' opinion as well, but I think that Destro Lock is a lot stronger than people think. I think it's going to be A tier. I think it's going to be A tier, and I think the Demo nerf, since we're obviously on Warlocks, let's see here. Let's review just to make sure. Okay, Demo Lock was low Giga, definitely S tier. Like let's say it's here. Okay, this is where we started. Okay, yep, top of S tier. Now, the changes look scary. So Dominion of Argus Inquisitor damage reduced by 5%, Antaran reduced by 45%, but then you get Lady Sacrolash increased by 35 and Grand Warlock increased by 35, right? So all this is reallocating damage, so it's not so much RNG based on what demon comes out during your Argus window, right? When you pull out your Demonic Tyrant. So let's write that off because all they're trying to do is make it less RNG based. I think for Soul Harvester, right? Demonic Soul damage reduced by 55% is massive. Manifest Demonic Soul damage reduced by 50%, also massive. Okay. Soul Anathema damage reduced by 35%. Okay. This is cleaving, right? So now we're losing some cleave by 35 and 50% on Soul Anathema and Wicked Region. Okay. Demonic Prayer now increases damage dealt by Demonic Soul by 200% to the main target of Candle. So slight single target buff to make up for it. This definitely loses damage in AoE from this. But it ends up being about, I think someone said about an 8% nerf. However, the difference between S tier and A tier is roughly like 3 to 5%, right? So I think that this does come down to A tier. What do you guys think? A slip up with the up down on the demons. How sub S? Like what? Sub is insane, bro. Sub rogue is crazy. All the lock specs are S tier. No, that's definitely not true. I know for sure Affliction is definitely behind on that. Demo and Destro are competitive. So there could be an argument made for Demo and Destro for sure. A 200% single target buff? Only on your hand of Gul'dan. How something got buffed is beyond me. That's what I'm saying. Like it actually got buffed again. So Sub Rogue is like, I would say probably the only DPS left in Giga Chad. Yeah, that seems accurate. I mean, everybody else is getting nerfed. Like, and Sub Rogue is outperforming and they got buffed. I have no idea how this happened. There must just not be enough data on it. Go ahead on sub just hating, it's crazy right now. I mean, sub is huge, bro. Like, sub is really good. I mean, it's a great time to be a rogue. Let's mass as much as it casts. So 200% on Hannah Gul'dan. I will say, on single target, this does make obviously more of a difference, or considering single target. But really, your Hannah Gul'dan kind of only does damage on AoE, if that makes sense. Like, you do get damage from the minions and everything, and it does go off, and you have to use it anyways to spend and for the class to function, right? But the damage from Hannah Gul'dan hitting a single target is not really that impressive. Not in single target. In AoE, it can be big. In AoE, it can be really big, right? So a 200% buff, but you're losing 50% on all of your other abilities. I mean, this is definitely a nerf. This is definitely a nerf. Like quite a big nerf. Do we think it's going to be better or worse than red? That's a good. Do we think Demo's going to be better or worse than red? Seed of Corruption going to carry Warlock? I don't know about that, man. Puppers. Oh, you guys hear the puppers? Oh, man. Enhance should go A tier. Wasn't there a buff to the heal? No, I think Enhance looks really good, dude. They got some nice changes. All damage increased by 8%, lightning bolt by 10%, chain lightning by 10%, primordial storm by 10%. Pretty significant buffs. Okay. We've already done the warriors. It looks like we need to finish the Frosty K, which did not change. It was in A tier. I think it just remains in A tier, right? But I also don't think it's the top of A tier compared to these. I think it did get a slight change. Let me look. Very minimal though, right? No. Okay, no. Yeah, so just I think we had it in A tier. It stays in A tier. We had it at low A tier. I think that's an appropriate spot for it. Probably low A tier. I think right about here. Okay. Damn, our A tier's packed, man. Well, I think some of these... Honestly, if I had to move everything down, I would probably move Frosty K down, Havoc DH, and Beastmaster. And I would draw the line at like Feral, staying in A tier or above. I think the 15% nerf to Arms Warrior is gonna... It might push it. It honestly might just absolutely break it. It might make it insane. Because it's not behind by like 30 or 40%, right? Like it's behind by some marginal amount. But when you look in terms of like raid or anything like that, 5% is a big difference, right? 8% is a big difference. Frosty K got to be better than Arms Warrior? Dude, I mean, Arms Warrior is getting a 15% buff, bro. 15% to all damage. So that's AoE, single target, everything. So has Arcane moved its way down to A tier from A tier now? What? If not, it got buffed into... It's in S tier for sure, top 4 specs right now. Right now, right? But it's also getting nerfed heavily. Or decent. I would say Arcane Mage is getting nerfed decently on Tuesday. Rusty K is many more. Where's Windwalker? We're going through it right now. 50% of the worst DPS in the game is still likely just second worst. This is PvE specific on Tuesday after the changes. So we have patch notes right here. We're going through them. So if you guys are just tuning in, man, this is the old tier list. This is where we think things were or are right now on live. And the tier list we're making is our predictions for where things are going to land on Season 1 launch. I low-key think Sub Rogue is fucking broken. I think Sub Rogue is a sleeper, and I cannot believe they're getting buffed. And this class is, I think, out of control. I'm going to be honest. I also think Frost Mage is a lot better than I originally thought. Mostly due to the Spellslinger build. Ret Pally is getting huge nerfs. That's a surprising one. What else is kind of surprising? Unholy DK nerfed, but it looks very scary. But I think overall, specifically talking with some of the DKs, they think it's going to be about A tier. I think Demo Lock will be about A tier and Destro Lock will be about A tier. Arcane also losing a lot of the cleave, but gaining some single targets. So in raid, specifically, I think Arcane is still S tier. But overall, including Mythic Plus and everything else, I think Arcane Mage does fall behind quite a bit more. Or not behind, but it got tuned down quite a bit on its AoE. What else is an interesting one? Boomkin 20% buff. We love that. We love that. I think we go straight up to A tier from that. Nerfing, another one that just blew my mind. Well, Arms Warrior getting a 15% buff. That's good. It needed that somewhere around there. I don't know exactly where, but we'll see. Shadow Priest losing 66% of its psychic link is fucking egregious to me. To me, they hate this class. I honestly want to put it. I don't know. I'm distraught. I'm distraught about Shadow Priest, but its single target is S tier. Like they buffed its single target through the roof, but then just absolutely giga nerfed its AoE. I mean, is that single target going to be enough to make the psychic link hit harder? Is that what they're trying to anticipate for? Like, why don't they just? Oh man, I don't know, man. That's horrible, bro. I'm actually distraught about this. Okay. Facts 15%. 0. Indeed 0. That's Augie Voker. Look at Augie Voker's looking great. I'm just still shit. Really? I have a rogue man in my group. He can't play sub just because it's so boring and like repeated. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of that happened. Brewmaster is S tier? Yeah. Are we talking PvE or PvE in this tier list? PvE right now. Released yesterday. Just tuned in. Have you gone over Fury Warrior changes yet? Yes, Fury Warrior changes are massive 10% buff. I think instant S tier. For PvE. Sub PvP is already nuts. Yeah, and then getting buffed on single target is actually just egregious. That class is so god tier. It's insane. Brewmaster is god tier. Easily the best tank in game. I agree. Next. Is this rank over PvE? PvE. Okay, thank you. Ellie isn't good right now. I think Ellie is respectable. I don't think it's S tier, but I do think it's A tier. I think it's respectable. I think that Demo's going to come down to A tier. Maybe high A tier, though. I think this is a good point. Maybe Demo goes on the top of A tier. And I actually think Destro is going to be a lot stronger with the Chaos Bolt buff. I think it's going to look like this. Something like this. We had that whole conversation about Spriest nerf the other night. Didn't see the Psychic Link nerf. I know, bro. Brutal. Isn't that tragic, bro? Quick run out of all S tier. Okay, so Resto Druid throughput is absolutely just insane. They got hit with only a 6% nerf. Still insane. Brings the best kit in the game, has the B-res, has the mobility, has all the kit, has great raid heals, has spammable single target that got nerfed in beta, but is still very respectable. Has great cooldowns. A couple good builds on this. Has respectable damage. Got nerfed by, I think, 15% in PvP, and that's it. Okay, Resto Druid looks great. Brewmaster, absolutely insane. This tank barely got hit, only to 2 specific abilities. Does great damage, great mobility. It's a fast tank. It has good utility with ROP. It's going to be a Mythic plus absolute Giga Chad. I think in Raid, maybe Prot Warrior Guardian Druid, more forgiving. But the damage on Brewmaster looking really good. Sub Rogue, absolutely disgusting. This thing one-shots everything. Every time you get kidney shot or this is Rogue, it's disgusting. This class is gross. This shit is like, if I could go onto a screen up top, up here, that's where this class would be. Sub Rogue is literally just in a tier of its own right now. The fact that they're buffing this makes me want to vomit. Affliction on there, I'm blind. We have Affliction right over here. In fact, we will go through it right now. I think we had Affliction, I believe, in B tier. Let's wrap this up. We had Affliction in C tier. Actually agree with this. Yeah, I think this was pretty accurate, bro. I think this was pretty accurate. Affliction, I think in C tier, underperforming single target, underperforming AoE. It can kind of hold its own in mass AoE seed spam, and that is it. That is absolutely it. It's squishier in the demo. It has 1 interrupt. Other than that, it's just worse in every way. Affliction Warlock is getting, let me check the changes. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing is changing on Affliction Warlock. Rest in peace. You are still C tier. I am very sad about this. I think because, I don't know, a lot of the classes got nerfed. So this kind of brought a lot of these classes more into this S tier, A tier. A couple of the classes like Arms and Havoc got buffed up kind of out of the CF tier range into like B and A. I think Affliction Warlock is kind of the dead class right now. I'm not going to lie. Am I capping? Other Warlock main? Where you at, my boy? We got to talk about this. Do we know tier sets? We do. Everyone on Affliction is mad DPS though. I'm gonna be honest. I'll be honest. It's really not that impressive. The AOE. If you get anybody else that pumps, right? The seed spam is it's respectable. It's like the AOE seed spam specifically on mass pull, right? Is respectable. But in 2 target, 3 target, 8 target, single target, you are like it's a tragedy. I'm not gonna lie. Like you're doing like probably 60%, 70% of everybody else's DPS. Like you're behind big. You think I'm capping? Affliction is fine. Okay, and Phil, you're the other warlock main, right? I think affliction feels really bad, from my personal experience. If you have pumpers, then seed isn't going to do any as much, right? But also the packs are dying very quickly right now, so we're talking like in the future we're actually going to be doing like some decent keys. Oh, you're not that guy? Okay. Do we move affliction to B tier? I mean, if we're capping, if I'm off the mark, you guys got to let me know. Sub 15 plus keys, because there's no way you're considering high-end keys based on this list. What do you think? So this is overall, by the way. Bear. This is overall. So this is for not just raid, but Mythic Plus as well, going into season 1, where we think the class as a whole stands for single target, AoE, and survivability, and util, right? Mr. and Prop at 40 PS. I do all healing with glory. Yo, thanks for the follow, my boys. Appreciate the love over on TikTok. This pre feels very bad right now, even with the small buff to penance. Radio, are you playing the right build? Because I just had a Disc Priest and a BG go 20 million damage and 30 million healing. Are you messing around with Void at all? Putting arms or this Shadow Priest over it is shameful. Over what? Over Affliction? Really? Actually, I will say this. Okay, the offset here, actually, okay. This is a good point. I would be willing to do this. Call Shadow Priest and Affliction a tie, because Shadow Priest has the single target and no AoE now. Or its AoE is going to fall behind hard, I think. And Affliction, it doesn't have the AoE, but it has massive single target, or respectable single target. It's really not even massive, to be honest. You do have your 1 minute window go with Seed, with, yeah, I mean, it's respectable. But they're both going to fall behind at some point. Where do I have Enhanced Xiaomi? Low S tier. Just breaking into the S tier. I think Rhett and Enhanced Shaman broke into the S tier with these buffs coming on Tuesday. You know, at the start of expansions, everyone's stats all wonky. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's why we're having a discussion, right? Like, it's not just right, not just my tier list, right? We're trying to figure out where everything lands and where we think it's going to be. Average is mediocre, everything else is in that tier is trash. So you're thinking A tier? You think Affliction A tier, bro? There's no way. Yes, this is where. Yes, that's right, Romero. After the buffs coming up on Tuesday. Top of its tier? Okay. All right. Okay. I'm cool with this. I can agree with this, bro. Top of B? Okay. I think that's fair. Yo, you have a great day, homie. Appreciate you guys hanging out for sure. All right, let's see. Let's keep rolling. We got 4 left. All right, we got to do these because I got to go eat, man. I am starving. Okay. Prop Pally. All damage don't increase by 10%. Okay. What the actual fuck, by the way? Because this class is doing crazy damage. I had it in, I believe, A tier. Yeah, I had it in A tier. I think there's no option here. I think Brett's S tier, right? What do we move down? Do we move Guardian Druid down? For real? Just based on damage? Do we do this? A Prop Pally is S tier. There's, guys, Prop Pally's damage is crazy. Am I crazy? Outlaws Rogue's damage, underwhelming. I think it's just underwhelming. They didn't touch Windwalker at all. I know, actually, I think, I don't know, man. I think Windwalker is like kind of respectable. You think Prot is definitely A tier, not S tier? Bruce still in Giga Chat tier after that single target gets obliterated. It's kind of sus. I mean, bro, it's, I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, Brewmaster's crazy, man. It was so out of control. Guardian Druid and Brewmaster were so out of control, it was disgusting. Guardian Druid got nerfed by 30-something%, and then Brewmaster got a slap on the wrist. You think it's insane where I have Demo? Really? Goose? This is not currently. This is for Season 1 launch after the nerfs on Tuesday. Is this raid or list or mythic plus? This is considering all. This is considering AoE and single target, and utility and survivability. Demon Lock Man is not as consistent as other specs. I agree. Why is Subbrogue on top? Because it's broken. And they're buffing it. Survivability is just nuts on a proc spec? Really? For sure S tier. I think it's S tier as well. Boomkit is Giga Chat, bro. What? Actually? You think so, huh? I mean, 20% buff is pretty massive. I think Boomkin is definitely going to be like high A tier. Where's it at? I think Boomkin is definitely going to be like high A tier. Somewhere around here. I think we're in the right area, like around Arcane Mage, maybe even a little above, maybe like right here. Do we agree? I'm okay with Boomkin being up here. I think the 20% buff is huge. Let's see where we at. Why Subbrogue on top? Okay, we went over that. Stop of the wrist for Brews. Single target was compared with every class. Sub Unholy. Demo? Yeah, as a Brewmaster, bro. Do you hear what you're saying? Single target was competitive with every class. Sub Unholy Demo. As a Brewmaster tank. You're competing with the Giga Chat DPS as a tank. Prison Walker and can keep up with the Demo Locks, Arcane Mages, etc. But are there Arcane Mages and Demo Locks that he's playing with good? I thought Unholy DK was way stronger. It currently is, but there's some really big nerfs coming on Tuesday. Watching the coming days, Brewmaster and Prop Pallies will be the most desired tanks in Raid plus keys. I agree. I think so. I think Prop Pally actually does crazy damage. So, do we move Prop Warrior down then? Because Prop Warrior is not near Prop Pally, right? Prop Pally just does way more damage, right? So what can we move up to S tier? We have too many A tier. What can we move up? We have to figure this out a little bit. Do we move Demo and Boomkin up? I don't know if we move Demo back up to S tier after those nerfs. Those are big nerfs, bro. Prop War is low S. Okay. Move Disc down. Move Disc down? Feral? I think Feral's going to be low A. You don't think Vengeance will be higher for Mythic Plus after the buffs? I think after the buffs, it's in Mythic Plus, it'll be respectable, and single target, also kind of respectable. I don't think the buffs were enough. We'll see. We'll see. I could be off the mark. Demo's getting gutted. I mean, it is a pretty big hit, man. Like, but it was also like top of S tier, I would say. It wasn't sub-rogue damage, but it was, just below that, right? Like, it was still insane. And Unholy was still insane as well. I think Rep probably is going to do more damage than Unholy coming up here. And it has way better utility. Do Holy Pally? Okay. Alright, let's move on then. This is not A right now. It's struggling, and Void Warrior is even worse. So these are after the changes, right? So this is the current. And then this is where we think it's going to be. So probably decrease A tier after the 20% penance buff. Do we agree? Do we not agree? This is going to be post-class tuning on Tuesday. Yes, Mike. I can pull runes with zero on Prop Pallies. This can handle but my Holy Pally made it look easy. Major hole. Okay, interesting. Is that because you're not used to playing a preventative like healer? Or I mean, this in all like honesty, guys. This is a skill issue. Because I don't think that Disc Priest is as bad as Resto Shaman, right? I mean, we could move Resto Shaman down to C and Disc down to B. Right, but something would have to move here because I don't think these two are close. I don't think Disc and Resto Shaman are the same. Disc Ooms, Holy Pally and Priest are in S tier. I think Disc is A tier, bro. I think Shadow's going to be really bad, specifically in AoE. Its single target's going to be S tier, but its AoE is going to be very, very bad. It's getting a 60% nerf to its no, not Vampire Tooth. What the hell am I talking about? Oh my god. Let me pull it up. Psychic Link. It's getting like a 66% nerf to its Psychic Link, which is just fucking egregious, man. That's all its AoE spread. Okay, we have Windwalker left. Did anything happen to Windwalker? Monk. Let me look real quick. Nothing happened. I had, I believe, Windwalker in A tier, right? Where's I had it in B tier. I think Windwalker's low A tier. What do you guys think? Am I capping? Which prop H Pal doesn't Holy Pally following the buffs there, getting our easy S tier. I actually kind of think so as well. Mr. Pinasubs is doesn't do a whole lot, using it for atonement mostly. It's a nothing buff. I mean, atonement's a massive amount of healing. Holy Paladin already has 3 best utility defensives in the game. I agree. I knew he was bugging. What nerfs to Demo are you talking about? There's no changes to Demo coming for season 1. Here you go, homie. I shall show you real quick. And then you shall apologize and hit follow button. Deal? Warlock, Demonology, Soul Harvester. Demonic soul damage reduced by 55%. Manifest demonic soul damage reduced by 50%. Soul Anathema damage reduced by 35. Wicked Reaping damage decreased by 50, or increased by 50, excuse me. Okay, so this kind of offsets a little bit, which is nice. They reallocated damage here, which this is not really a nerf. This is a reallocation of damage, so that it's not RNG based on what minion comes out during your Dominion of Argus. So I like this. This is good. And then Demoniac's Favor. Increases Handle Dan 200% to the main target. So this is a small, like, single target buff. But these are obviously much larger nerfs, right? So the big ones, Demonic Soul, Manifested Demonic Soul, and Soul Anathema. All of your hero talents, basically. Large nerfs. Hey, thanks for the follow, my boys. Appreciate it. Oh, Holy Priest is S tier? Oh, I don't know about that. You think Holy Priest is S tier? Okay, we got Holy Priest and Holy Pally left. Now, have we handled Demon Nerfs very slight all in all? I think about 10%, right? 8 to 10%, Alex? Does that sound right? Prop Pally? I think Prop Pally after the buffs is going to be S tier. A 10% damage buff is crazy to get them. I actually think it's crazy. But whatever, man. Who knows? We'll see. I think it's S tier, to be honest. Spriest probably had a chance as X back, and they just had to fuck it up. I know, bro. Like, why would you giga nerf the 66% into all of our damage spread? Like, we have no AOE. Holy better than Disc for sure. Do we agree, chat? Do we agree? We've got some people saying Holy better than Disc. Holy Priest better than Disc, or Holy Pally? Are we saying Holy Priest better than Disc? I think we might be capping here. All 3 specs S tier? Okay, I agree. I think Holy Pally definitely goes S tier. I agree with this. I definitely agree with this. I agree with this one. I think Wrestler, Druid, Mistweaver, and Holy Pally are in a league of their own, right? In Raid, the Prez Evoker is a Giga Chat, but that's it. Only in Raid. So overall, right, if you split the difference of like it being bad in other situations, it's probably about A tier. Disc is crap right now? Okay, I've had 2 people say that. I've played some Disc though, right? And I've seen some Disc. They also, yeah, who knows, maybe, I mean, you know, maybe they're just insane. Holy Priest is much more forgiving, but if you know and expect damage, Disc is great. Okay, this brings up a good point, is that Disc is a different playstyle, and we got to be honest with ourselves here. Is this a skill issue where you're not prepared for the damage and you don't know the mechanic, and you're falling behind on damage and you didn't pre-press Pain Sup or something, right? Or is Disc actually bad? I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've tested this Disc Priest out myself. And it feels pretty strong, man. It doesn't feel S tier, I'll admit that. Right? There are some areas it struggles. But overall, it feels strong. Game Shot takes way too long for them to put them into S tier. It's not S at all. Okay. No, it's a throughput issue. Age Priest is better in Raid by a lot. What about playstyle? Someone doesn't know how to play marksman. Should be using VW disc. It depends. Depends on the situation, UAUA. I think a lot of people are not playing Void Weaver right now, but Void Weaver does insane damage, and obviously your Entombment is going to go through the roof with that. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. But yeah, man, I'll be honest. I had a good experience with this Priest. But if you're more comfortable playing, you will increase rating. True. And right, it takes a long time to get good. Okay, last one, boys. We got Holy Priest. Let's wrap this thing up, and then I'll screenshot it, and we'll add it to the TikTok. Maybe do a short on it, so you guys can review it if you want, something like that. Priest, Holy Priest, no changes. Okay, no changes to the Holy Priest. Penance got a slight buff. We had them. I had Holy Priest at about B tier. Are we feeling, compared to Prez Evoker, Holy Priest or Prez Evoker? One of these has to move down. One of these three healers has to move down. We can't have three here. We have to differentiate a little bit. Low S, high A on Holy. Okay. Power needs a tweak. Spam and consume isn't fun. Move disc. Holy goes down. Mistweaver move down. No way. No way. Really? No, bro. No, Mistweaver, bro. Look at these changes coming. Bro, it's already good. 60% buff? 10% per stack was 33. Ancient Teachings 260 was 200. 340% to one ally rather than 125 to 3. I mean, this is basically a lay on hands. Just 30% to invigorating myth. Bro, those are big buffs, man. You think Mistweaver moved down for real? Disc is definitely worse than Holy. Disc is so mid. If you want damage, people will look for that Holy probably. Okay. All right. Maybe I'm off the mark on this. I'll move Disc down. Okay. How do I think Shadow Priest will be post buffs? Its single target will be fantastic. Its AoE is abysmal. Absolutely garbage. Is Unholy dumpstered? No, I think Unholy will still be right around A tier. I think Unholy will still be competitive. S tier and A tier, it, to me, is competitive. Giga Chad is pretty much you need another nerf or a slight nerf at least. B tier is where you start to get weak. C is unplayable, and then F is like a fundamental flaw. Like when Fire Mage had the Fire Blast issue during beta, I had it in F tier. I was like, you can't play this class. Like it doesn't function, right? And then they fixed the Fire Blast issue where it was getting hung up on the global cooldown and whatnot, and then all of a sudden you could play it. And Fire Mage went A tier, S tier, right? Okay, Jekyll, thanks for the follow, homie. Appreciate the love. Went to see stats this time in a couple weeks. I'll come back and say I'm sorry if Mr. Weaver is second. Okay. I mean, hey, like I like the conversation, homie, for sure. B tier is fine. B tier I think is weak. I think B tier is at the point where you're weak. A tier is fine. Yeah, A tier is competitive. S tier is meta, and Giga Chad is definitely needing a nerf, or it's outperforming. I won't say needing a nerf. I don't like saying that. Maybe we could bring the other things up, right? But it's outperforming its competitors significantly. A tier, yeah, A tier is fine. If you're in A tier, yeah, you can totally play this class. Bring it to raid, get gear. As long as you master that class, you'll be totally fine. B tier is where you start to be like, okay, like I'm gonna have greater than a 5% DPS gap on some of these fights, right? Like I am going to be underperforming on some of these fights, and not due to my skill. That's where I feel like B tier starts, right? It's like, okay, like there's best tank brewmaster. Yeah, I think so. I like Shadow Priest big post buffs. This mid, I'd say Holy is solid early, but as season 1 climbs up, it'll greatly fall short. Okay, interesting. Best Priest main healer, been Priest main healer for a while. Okay, and he feels that Disc is definitely worse than Holy. Okay, all right, cool. Okay. It seems like do we agree with this, guys? Why do you think sub is top? Its single target burst and cooldown windows are insane. Its survivability is very good. And it also now brings the damage reduction buff, which isn't necessarily a raid buff, but it's a debuff on the boss target, right? Its damage is honestly just crazy. And it's getting huge buffs. Like, look at these. Where's this makes me... I'm absolutely terrified of rogues in PvP right now, but... yeah, there's just nothing you can do about that until everybody's getting one shot on week 1 of the season and all the roads are 2,500. So, lol, GG. where's the rope? Look at this, dude. Look at this sub rope chain, dude. Oh my god. Backstab blue band damage increased by 20%. Shot streak damage 50%. Eviscerate 8%. Melee attack auto damage 50%. Black powder reduced by 12. Okay, so you lose a little bit of AoE there. Potent powder reduced by 20, or to 20 was 30. Okay, sure, that's your mastery. Unseen blade increased by 20. Nimble Fury 50 was 65. Clever combat crit. Shuriken storm reduced to 10%. What's the slight nerf here, right? But look at all your single target buffs. Oh my god, this is absolutely terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. You're gonna die in every single kidney. And they're gonna be pumping raid too. Hunter survival any good? Yeah, Hunter looks really solid. Hunter's going to be solid. Middle of the pack, A tier, maybe even high A tier. I think we have too many in A tier. I guess what we could do is move things down. What do you guys think about that? What if we go like this and just differentiate a little more? Is this fair? And then what would we move down? I don't think any of the tanks move down. Honestly, I think all these tanks are going to be very comparable in damage and survivability. I guess Blood DK is a healing tank, though, whereas these other two do have pretty substantial defensives. So I don't really like that. Arms to B? 15% buff is really big, man. I think I would pull Frosty K. No. I would pull DH and below down. And then I would probably move Disc to B. I think it's slightly better than Resto Shaman. And then maybe Affliction Lock to B. And Outlaw or sub. I can move the Frosty K down. You believe so? Druid is super healing. Is it being nerfed that bad? No, the survivability on Guardian Druid is insane, but its damage was also so wild. It was so shit. You don't think the arms buff will be enough? Silver Fingers expect Death Pally Pad. Silver Moon, yeah, okay. I feel you. Legendary Paladin spec top tier. Yeah, I guess Pally X pack. I don't know. Silver Moon life. I'm not sure. Paladin the best. They're just super healing. What we're ranking here? PvE content overall, single target, AoE, survivability, and utility. So including raid, single target, multi-target, and mass AoE for Mythic Plus. And speed, right? Like how fast can you get your group through stuff? What are you bringing? Healing is bad in high keys because you just get one shot anyways. Okay, so we have an option here. All right, it seems that Feral Druid is out of the running for being an A tier. Okay, so we agree that everything Feral Druid and above is A tier. Yes. So to move down to B tier, we have Arms Warrior and Frosty K. This is the only option we have here then. If we want to differentiate between A and B tier, what moves down? Arms or Frosty K? Send them both down. Really? Yeah, subs a Giga Chat for sure. Move Frost. Frost down unless God buffs. Arms had nerf to the ground. Arms and Frost. Okay, we have two Arms and Frost. What do we think on Twitch, guys? What do you think over here? This is your best sub 15 keys? No way you were considering high in keys based on this list. I mean, we are. We're considering it. Looking at the wrong icon. No, snaps. Don't fail us. Survival and Giga Chat. Oh no, that's Subrogue. It's Subrogue, bro. Yeah, Survival I think is a solid A tier. A solid A tier pick. Like everything in A tier, actually, I feel like could be, with the exception of Feral Druid. I think Fire Mage and up are all high A tier. I would actually even probably do something like this. I think it's going to look something like this. And I have a sneaky suspicion maybe Boomkin goes low S tier as well. I'm not sure. I don't think it was behind by 20%, but they did counteract it with Starfall nerf, right? So they gave it 20% overall, but they also took, I think, 12% of that off of the Starfall, which is obviously your uncapped AoE, right? So I feel like Balance Druid got almost the same treatment as Arms Warrior. So maybe we're right here, right? Maybe we do bring Arms Warrior down. One. What do we think? Arms Warrior B tier? 15% is quite a lot, though. Holy Priest right now? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are saying Holy Priest is good, bro. A lot of people are saying Holy Priest is good. So what do we got? Healer, tank, healers, tank, healers, tanks. Healer. All the tanks are A tier and above, I think. I think that's accurate. They are getting nerfed by 25% across the board, but that means that they're all still in the same spot because it's happening to all of them. Their damage. Feral a C tier? I don't think Feral's C tier, man. No. I think Feral's A tier after these buffs coming. Fuck with Priest heavy. Anybody else fuck Holy Priest? I'm H Priest right now, 89 this week. Yeah, you're in a good spot. Both of those classes are great, man. Why is Demo in A tier, Toby? Because they're getting some nerfs here coming up on Tuesday that are pretty significant. And it was S tier, and I think just based on everything else that's getting buffed up significantly, and they're losing some significant damage on their hero talents specifically. I think it warrants it being projected down to A tier. It may still be low S tier when the time comes for us to test it. It ended up getting about an 8% nerf, which the difference between A tier and S tier is definitely not 8%. It's probably like 5% or less. So I believe an 8% nerf would push it into about A tier, which is fine. Like A tier is still super good. Yeah, 17 notes did get released. What do I think prior to buff is Demo S tier right now? Yeah, I think Demo's absolutely S tier right now. On live right now. Havoc DH is S tier. You think Havoc DH is S tier? I don't know that. Yeah, but Survival did get buffed even more, I know. That's actually a good point, dude. But is it better than Arcane is the question. I think Arcane will be a little bit better than Unholy now. I think actually it would be enough to be better than Unholy, right? It's a pretty substantial buff. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if it's better than Arcane though. So Enhancement Shaman made it to S tier. I think Enhancement Shaman and Rep Pally are just holding on to S tier, honestly. So we're on top. Ian, don't touch me, okay? Stay away from me. If you're a sub, bro, get away from me. You stink. Go away. What kind of tier tree is this? Raid, Mythic Plus, or PvP? This is PvE specifically. So including single target, Mythic Plus AoE, multi-cleave, right? So like 2 target, 3 target, all of that kind of stuff, including survivability, which is actually one of the main reasons I really like Frost Mage up here. I think Frost Mage is looking insane. I think all of my other classes, so if you guys didn't know, I play Frost Mage, or I play Mage, Lock, Priest, and Druid, right? The two that are looking the best to me right now, honestly, after this 20% buff, I think that'll push Balance Druid to be very competitive. I think it's going to be a Balance Druid Frost Mage angle, right? I'm worried about Demonology because, yeah, it does great damage, but it has to stand there and ramp hard, right? So any kind of mechanics are really going to mess that up. But I will say Destro Log, dude, with the Chaos Bolt buff is going to look really nice, I think. Can't be PvP because skill plays a big part in this. Mm-hmm. This is based off pure damage, and you have add-ons that do auto rotation on one button. I don't know. I don't. This isn't based off of just damage, but I mean, we are talking what's competitive, right? No, this is PvE, Doobie-Doo. We'll probably do PvP tomorrow, most likely, because I do have to go eat. Feral so low, even with the buffs. I think Feral looks good, bro. I don't think A tier is low. I think A tier is where you want to be. S tier and Giga Chad, you need a nerf. S tier, you're in danger of a nerf, right? This is like meta, S tier meta. A tier is very strong. I think B tier is where you start to get weak, and C tier is you're probably benched, at least in one type of content or the other. Like right now, Shadow Priest getting a 66% nerf to Psychic Link is egregious. It has no AoE, just straight up. So any type of dungeon now, I don't see me being able to play my Shadow Priest at all. It's not competitive, right? Whereas in single target though, it's an absolute chat, right? But if you can't do all the content, right, you can't do all the pulls, which means you get benched. As long as Dev Evoker is still good, I'm happy. Dev Evoker very strong, bro. I think people are absolutely sleeping on that. Yo, thank you for all the coins, my boys. Appreciate the love. Look at all the faces up in here. Best log spec. I think right now it's Demo. On Tuesday, when this goes live, I actually have a sneaky suspicion, bro, for Raid, I have a sneaky suspicion it'll be Destro Log. Okay, I'm a lockman, so I'm just saying I have a sneaky suspicion that Chaos Bolt buff and the changes to Demo, I think it's gonna push Destro to just be the more consistent safe spec to pick, right? Power S made a good choice. I mean, yeah, bro. Yeah, you're looking good, bro. You're looking good on all of the. Honestly, I mean, Havoc's playable, and I actually think Vengeance is playable as well, except for it just randomly gets one shot. I don't know what's up with this. I feel like we go like B tier on this thing. For some reason, Vengeance DH just gets one shot. I don't know what is going on with that. Just need to leave stuff alone, man. Okay, Dwayne's happy with where his class is at. All right, good. What's important? Rogue to play sub again. Sin needs some love. I actually agree. I think Outlaw and Outlaw and Sin Rogue are underperforming. Maybe not in the C tier though. They're better than Shadow Priest, that's for sure. After those nerfs, yeah. Probably something like this. Say more about my thoughts on Fury. I feel so behind, and I'm worried the changes aren't enough. No, bro, no. Fury Warrior is in a good spot. It may be gear related, bro. A lot of the stuff that you might be looking at, if you're looking at your personal numbers, it may be gear related, right? Like somebody maybe 243 item level already, pumping a key or sorry, a mythic 0, whatever, and you know you're still gearing up and you're like 230, right? Like, of course they're gonna out pump you, dude. They got 13 item levels on you, and it's early season, and you know what I mean. They're locked in. They got all their stuff ready to go, right? Most of it, I'll be honest with you, no matter where I place these at. Okay, this is the little caveat for you guys. No matter where I place these at on the tier list and where I think they are strength wise and meta wise, if you don't know how to play the class, you don't know how to play the class, right? So I would much rather take the best Affliction Warlock than a dog shit Destro Lock, right? I'd be like, yo, bro, just play Affliction. It's fine, bro. Like, don't come as Destro just because it's stronger. Like play what you're good at and play what you enjoy, right? So, I mean, just a little food for thought. I think all of these are within a reasonable. We're getting to within a reasonable margin. Unfortunately, I think for week 1, yeah, probably Resto Shaman's benched, Shadow Priest is benched. I think for any kind of AoE, Shadow Priest is just done so. Shaman struggles with throughput. The rest of these are playable. You could bring any of these to like week 1 raid or whatever, as long as they're geared. I think you would really want to see your S and A tier. your S and A tier is really what you want to see. These are gonna get nerfed, right? So yeah, bring them to week 1. I mean, but these have to get nerfed. Which is I'm not asking for, but you know, I'm just saying, like, either bring everything else up or narrow the gap a little bit. That's all. Maybe I'm forced to pick another main. No, BM's okay, bro. Like BM's not bad. It's like high B tier, like middle of the pack B tier, high B tier. Yes, this is my prediction after the patch notes. Game, this will be WoW Midnight Expansion for Season 1 release. This is our tier list predictions. Are BM Monk ever getting nerfed? I feel they... So they did just get a nerf. Brewmaster Monk. Yeah, they did just get a nerf. However, you know, they got a little slap on the PP and Resto Druid just got Gigadicked, or Guardian Druid just got Gigadicked. So it's like... You know, they were both pretty even, I would say. Guardian Druid and Brewmaster, different playstyle and everything, but both doing great damage, both able to survive, both very good, bringing a lot of util. And then Guardian Druid got like a 33% nerf or something, and Brewmaster, you know, got a little bit of a slap on the wrist, let's say. What's wrong with Resto Shaman? Just straight up throughput. It doesn't have enough throughput. My rankings are way out there, really. For what? The method guides? You've seen a lot of good Outlaw smacking. I think Outlaw is playable. It's in B tier. I think Outlaw is playable and Assassination is playable. PvP ranking is wrong. Well, this isn't PvP zaps. This is PvE. Compared to method rankings and guides. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is a conversation, right, Kyle? So we kind of made this list together with everybody, right? So basically we pulled everybody in, we kind of sorted this out, and honestly, I've played a lot of these myself, but I don't like just being like, hey, this is the tier list, right? So this was a conversation that we had, and this is kind of where we think things are at now, and this is where we feel things are going to be overall, not just Mythic Plus, not just PvE, or sorry, not just single target, but overall single target, AoE, and survivability after the patch notes. Right. DH is greater than all? Oh, I don't know about that. Tier list for PvE raid? Yes, it is. Understanding Giga is something that will be nerfed output prop pally going to be most desired. I actually think prop pally is, I think prop pally is very, very good. And it also frees up your healer slot, right? So if you bring a prop pally, right, and you run a Resto Druid, right, this combo I think is actually insane right now. Prop pally Resto Druid is pretty crazy. If you do end up getting some kind of a nerf to, you know, Brewmaster or whatever. Forgot about Locker Monk, not a single change. They buffed H-Ball Dam. I can't remember. Let me check real quick. H-Ball, no changes. Yeah, no changes on Tuesday. But big changes to Ret. I think H-Pal just in general is just insane. Okay, where we at? I think looking decent, of course, anything can change, and that's kind of the point of it. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, this is all subject to change, right? Not a single change to Assassin Rogue, by the way. Yeah. Not a lot of classes actually didn't get changed. Don't feel left out. I think that there may be some other things coming. I think that they're off the ball. They don't really know what's going on with Shadow Priest, and they don't really know what's going on with Resto Shaman. I can tell that right now. Because I play Shadow Priest, and I have a buddy who plays Resto Shaman. Both of us, like, yo, this class feels like ass. Then the changes they just made, not the issues that it was having, right? So we know they're off the ball on this, okay? Like, whoever their devs are doing these ones, we'll see, but I think that we're way off the mark here. These changes may not have came through yet. We got a 15% on Arms Warrior. I kind of low-key think it's a low A tier, but the chat has decided that we're going to put that in B tier still, even after a 15% buff. Having DH small buff, Beastmaster small buff. Windwalker, I believe no changes. Affliction, no changes is unbelievable to me. I cannot believe we did not get an unstable Affliction buff here. That is absolutely criminal. Outlaw Outlaw, I don't believe got any changes, and Assassination Rogue, I don't believe got any changes, but Sub Rogue got buffed for some reason. So Sub Rogue's just a Chad, and then is getting buffed again. So I have no idea what's going on there. Disc Priest, I personally think felt pretty good, but people are saying, especially Priest mains that we've listened to a little bit more heavily than others, they're saying that Holy feels better, and it's about A tier. So we have to differentiate a little bit. Prez Evoker and Raid, absolute S tier. However, I do think that it struggles in other content, so a fair ground for that is about A tier, right? In Raid, yeah, bring the Prez Evoker, sure. Prop Warrior, Guardian Druid, and Blood DK all have lower damage than Prop Pally Brewmaster. That's just a straight up fact, especially after the 35% nerf to Guardian Druid. However, all the tanks are A tier. They survive well. They do their job. They can tank. They bring Utah. They're disruptive. They do a good job, right? If you know how to play. However, the damage from Prop Pal and Brewmaster puts them on a tier up, right? Puts them on the next level, the competitive level, right? I think the Vengeance DH could be immediately an S tier if they fix whatever's going on with their defensive. But this class, even very, very good Demon Hunters that I know, are getting one shot randomly. They're just randomly getting one shot. I have no idea I don't know what's going on with that. But think about a key going through, right? And your Vengeance DH gets one shot. That key's bricked, bro. Like you just bricked your key because of something that's going on with the tank class. So for that reason alone, I have to put it in B tier. Havoc, I think, looks close. I actually think Arms is going to be stronger than Havoc. I think Havoc looks close to being A tier and like in a decent spot. We'll see. There are some changes coming to Havoc, I believe. All damage increased by 6%, and then you got individual things buffed pretty significantly. I mean, honestly, bro, I think Havoc's A tier, man. Like, even though Arms Warrior got a 15% buff, Havoc was already better and got a 6% buff and got a lot of other things buffed, right? All of its individual talents. So, I mean, Arms Warrior basically got a 15% buff across the board. The question is, like, was Havoc 10% better than Arms Warrior or less than 10% better than Arms Warrior? Like, if it's less than 10% better than Arms Warrior, then Arms Warrior is A tier and Havoc is B tier, right? But I think that it's somewhere around here. I think it's somewhere around here. Havoc, like, low A tier. Frosty K, low A tier. Everything else is, like, securely in A tier. Okay. So I think we finished up B tier. We were on this. Okay, Demo Lock. This is kind of the recap here. Demo Lock. Honestly, man, it's getting big nerfs. It's getting some big nerfs. It is, right? And it was S tier, very solidly an S tier. Somebody has worked out the numbers in chat, and they said it's roughly about an 8 to 10% nerf, I believe. And I think that is enough to bring it down to A tier. I'm going to be honest. Okay. Destrolog, I mean, if you guys disagree, we'll also see as it goes live, right? And they may not even nerf it by that much. They might change the numbers. They forgot to implement the psychic link update. Just give S Priest the buffs. Yeah, dude, actual. Like, dude, they just hate Shadow Priest, I swear. Okay, and the Destrolog has some nice reallocation of damage from minor spells into Chaos Bolt. We love that. Boomkin, big buffs. I think it was like B tier, C tier, like very weak. Got very solid 20% buffs coming. Okay. Its Starfall got nerfed by 12%, but that's just to offset the 20%. So roughly an 8% nerf to Starfall and a 20% buff to everything else, right? We love this. We love this. I think Balance Druid's going to be looking way more competitive, potentially even low S tier. I think potentially even low S tier or high A tier. Like, we have it kind of around high A tier. So I think that's where it's going to be. Arcane Mage losing a lot of its cleave potential. Honestly, it's gaining minimal single target with your filler, Arcane Blast. Everything else from the Barrage and the Orb, Splinter and Orb, and et cetera, is getting nerfed on the Orb build, right? So we might be looking at going back into the Arcane Missiles build. It might be at that break point where it's like, okay, we go back to Arcane Missiles, you know? Not sure. We'll have to see where this is at, but it was S tier. It's, I think, very securely in A tier. It was like a substantial nerf, at least to AoE. Survival Hunter, small buffs, looks good. Unholy DK was a complete Giga Chat. And it got hit pretty hard. It did get hit pretty hard. I believe 20% across the board. I think that's just going to straight up drop it down to A tier, about middle of the pack, maybe even low. Why so low for Spriest? We'll go over the Spriest one more time. You guys can ask me individual classes. Let me finish up here. Because we've covered it a few times, but that's okay, my boy. We'll go over that Spriest one more time. Ali Sham, looking solid, got slight buffs. It was already very strong, very solid A tier pick. It may be above, at least Unholy, but I believe it's right in this range. Solid A tier pick. Fire Mage got some AoE nerfs to the Flame Strike Ignite, and I think it's just pretty brutal, man. Like honestly, that's a pretty hard thing to hit because outside of Combust, Fire Mage really doesn't have damage. So nerfing your Flame Strike spam during Combust when you're spending, right, is pretty brutal. I think it was low S tier, high A tier, right around there, and I think it's securely in probably the middle to bottom of A tier now for Fire Mage. Feral Druid, great bleed buff changes. Just good buffs. Really good buffs to Feral Druid. Yeah, that's gonna secure it in A tier for sure. Potentially low S tier. Frosty K, no changes at all. It was low A tier. It stays low A tier. Having DH slight buffs, I believe 6%. Gonna move it up to A tier a little bit from the B tier range. I actually think Windwalker's probably better than a lot of these classes. I'll need to see some more Windwalker gameplay, but the changes are not significant. So, or none, I believe, to Windwalker actually. So I don't think that it's going to be pushing into the meta anytime soon. Mistweaver, I think, is actually extremely strong. It's also getting buffed crazily. Getting insane buffs. Holy Pally, just a solid kit. Some of the best defensive cooldowns in the game. Has great, actually, Pally wings damage if you want to be doing it that way to heal. Prop Pally, same thing. Just absolutely insane damage for a tank right now. Great kit. You pretty much need a Pally. However, I think the massive single target rep buffs and the minimal ret AoE nerfs, 12%, I believe, and then massive single targets to compensate for it. I think ret is might be the Pally you bring, honestly. So what if you did like Brewmaster Wrestler Druid, Ret Pally, Frost Mage, shit, and maybe even Devour DH or Og. That's a wombo combo right there, man. I'm not even gonna lie. You could also do a Fizz comp, Enhanced Shaman, Fury Warrior, Ret Pally. You got the Brewmaster, you got the Surgery, right? You also got the Sub Road, right? So, yo, thank you for the follows, my boys. Appreciate it. Appreciate the love. Yo, if you guys are new here, make sure you hit the follow. Really helps me out. And then you can find the stream again, man. Dev Evoker, I think. Yeah, we ended on Prop Pally. So Dev Evoker, this is a sleeper, man. People are sleeping on this. This thing does insane damage, bro. Like, yeah, this class just does insane damage and it keeps getting buffed. And this, I'm telling you right now, just not enough people play Dev Evoker. This class is really good. This is really good right now. Frost Mage, super solid, no changes. Very surprising. People were crying about it that it's over pumping. I think it's actually on par of where you want to be. That's class, but it is what it is, you know. And then let's see. Yeah, I think Frost Mage is probably where you want to be. You could use a slight. No, they nerf Shatter. I think it's good. Yeah. I think this is probably about where you want to be, honestly. In this like S tier range, high A tier, super solid here. You don't necessarily want to be up here because you're really kind of just begging for a nerf here. Dev DH, good in all content. It's a new spec. Some people say it's boring. Some people love it. I have a buddy who loves it. He's absolutely pumping. Class is super strong. Og Evoker buffs everything, super solid. Just basically gets more value out of your already strong classes. Fury Warrior, 10% buff. So I think it was high A, low S. And the 10% buff, I think, secured it into the S tier. Pretty solid. I think that's a pretty solid S tier pick now for Fizz comp. Marksmanship Hunter, absolutely ripping, dude. People are just sleeping on this. Class is great. Ret Pally, huge buffs. We already talked about that. Enhanced Shaman, I think, is probably the one that I would say is like teetering between S and A tier. It looks great though. Good damage. People are really loving that Enhance is strong, so I don't foresee them nerfing it because Enhance has been weak for so long. And yeah, honestly, man, brings the mastery buff. It's got a lust if you want to run a Fizz comp, right? You can still run that without bringing a Mage, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, just really good option, man. And you got the sub road, just doing ungodly damage and getting buffed somehow. This class is absolutely out of control. They did the wrong thing to this. This class was supposed to be nerfed and it got buffed, which is totally fine. I get it. Everybody's got to have their season, right? But I'm telling you right now, nothing comes close to this class. This class is absolutely out of control. Same thing with Brewmaster and Resto Druid. Best tank, best healer, best DPS. It's just yeah, it's big. They're just yeah, they're big. They're big. You didn't put Ret and Giga with the buffs. I mean, honestly, it might push past that breakpoint, but I just don't think that I don't think it's gonna be that. Yo, thank you for all the follows, my boys. Appreciate the love. What do I think of BM? We had an S Priest question first from Tom, so we'll go over the S Priest. What is wrong with the S Priest? So they basically just, this is the last questions here. So everybody, if you got a question, you're popping into the chat. Let me know. If you need me to go over it one more time, just your specific class is all I'm going to do. I kind of just gave a full rundown. If you guys want, I'll put the VOD live on Twitch or YouTube. Okay, so you guys can go back through and watch this. Follow over there. It helps me a ton. OG Sicko on everything. Shadow Priest is bad right now, specifically in multi-target, because they're nerfing its... why do I always forget this one? I played the damn class. One sec. Oh, there it is. Psychic Link. So the thing that basically makes your single target damage repeat damage to all the other guys with your Vampiric Touch on it, right? Your Psychic Link, they're nerfing that by 66%. Like an egregious amount, right? So it has no AoE. Now, they're buffing the shit out of the single target. The single target's like Giga Chad, right? But, dude, it's AoE is non-existent now. So they just don't know how to balance that talent. And that's really where it's at, man. Overwhelmed with all these damn classes, just pick something that looks fun, Geo. Yeah, just pick something that looks fun. If you're not having fun with it, get it to max level, try it out. If you're not having fun with it, just pick up another one, man. It's all good. Look up some guides, come hang out in the stream, ask questions, things like that. Dead pumps and PvP ain't even max level. Yeah, Dead's crazy, bro. Indiana Shaman is answering out. Damn, how long I've been away. I know, Jazz. Yo, Geo, thanks for the heart, homie. Appreciate the follow, too. BM. I think that BM is getting the right buffs. I just don't think that they were big enough to push it into A tier, but I think they're headed in the right direction with BM. What's the word on Fury Warrior? Absolute S tier. 10% buff, I think, is just absolutely massive for them. That's coming on Tuesday. Did you look at the Sims for demo yet? Yeah, I believe they're about 8 to 10%. Oh, Panda. I think Panda was in here talking about it earlier. Yeah, roughly 8%. Does that sound right, Panda? 8 to 10%? Is that really that low? I believe so. Yeah, buddy. Okay. I mean, 8% is a pretty big change, man. Right? We got Warrior getting a 10% buff. We got Arms, you know what I mean? We got Fury Warrior getting a 10% buff. Red's getting Giga buffed. No changes to Frost. And you're going to tell me that Demo's, after an 8% nerf, is on the same page as Frost. I don't, right? I don't foresee that. If Demo is S tier, it's the bottom of S tier. I think we'll be all right too, though. I do think we'll be all right. Anything A tier and above, if my class is in A tier and above, that's how I see it, I feel competitive, right? I'm like, okay, I'm within like 5%. Shadow and C tier, yeah, dude, they just don't know how to balance Psychic Link, bro. Or, yeah, Psychic Link. They have no idea how to balance that. This has to be Rage Bait? No. Mike, nah, man, what? What do you not agree with, Mike? This is PvE or PvP. This is PvE, all inclusive. So single target and AoE. PLB bottom S tier. I think bottom S tier sounds about right. Our single target is still nutty. Yeah, I agree. Warlock is trash? Nah, man. Warlock's solid, bro. We got Warlock A tier on Demo and Destro. I mean, Giga Chad's like, dude, these need a nerf, right? Right? You don't want to be up here. You're just getting nerfed next patch. Right? As soon as the data comes out, they're going to nerf you, right? That's all this Giga Chad shit is. S tier and A tier is where you want to be. This is like, okay, like A tier, you're definitely safe. S tier, you're like, all right, I might dodge the banhammer, right? Thought Survive was better than Marksman. I honestly think that Marksman's better. I'm not going to lie. I might be capping, bro. because there are some changes coming and whatnot. This is also considering the changes coming on Tuesday. Survival is very good. Like, I mean, it's literally 4th or something like that on the A tier, right? So it's high A tier. These are Blood DK and over is tanks and healers, right? So we just ranked them together. If we pulled them all off here, right, Survival would be on the top row of A tier. So I'm saying Neil's going to catch a nerf since day 2 of gearing. Yeah, 100%. I agree. I think we'll be fine, though. Just hit the shadow changes are always transactional. We get 40% buff. Yep, and then lost 40 to lane. Yeah, exactly. Do a PvP tier list or no? Yeah, I'll do a PvP tier list most likely tomorrow, guys. Just hit the follow, slap the like, whatnot, so you can find the stream. We'll do it tomorrow for sure. Since I have PvP gearing to do anyways, we'll do a full PvP stream tomorrow. Ryan on the TikTok, following my man. Appreciate it, dude. Hell yeah. Where did Arcane end up? That's my ult. I think Arcane's probably about high A tier, like middle to high A tier, is where I think it'll be after the cleave nerfs and the Arcane blast buffs, right? So it gains a little bit of single target. Its single target was already outstanding. Loses quite a bit of cleave, which overall I think drops it down. Whereas Guardian, I think it's going to end up in A tier. It lost about 33 to 30. I think it lost above 30% of its damage. Guardian Druid. So it's still it's a meatball. All the tanks are A tier and above. I think very competitive. All of them, right? I just think the Guardian Druid isn't going to be soloing the Mythic 10 now or anything. How does DHS tier? What, Devour DH? Because it pumps. And straight up just pumps. And it brings the magic debuff. And since the other two DH specs like kind of aren't really competitive, I would say, not yet at least, until they fix like the tank. Yeah, that's how you're gonna bring the magic debuff. Nar slaps, yeah. Demo log, A tier. Frost gonna be better? I did not catch a nerf since. I know, yeah, Frost got no nerf. Yeah, Frost got 0 nerf, man. Frost is gonna definitely out pump now. Demo is fine. Yeah, I think Demo is going to be solid, man. All right, any other questions, boys? Yo, Travis, thanks for the follow, my boy. Hell yeah. Yo, a lot of coins in the chat. Drywall, man. Thank you, bro. Panda coming in with the coins. Y'all fail. Thanks for the coins, my boy. Hell yeah. This was the class change coming March 17th. Yes. This is our prediction for post change. What's your Twitch? OG Sicko on everything. So at OG Sicko. If you guys want to follow me on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, TikTok, here. I'll grab a link for you guys real quick. I know how it is. You guys just want to click it, right? All right, here you go, homies. Yeah, if you guys want to follow the Twitch and watch on full screen, all of my links are just OG Sicko, at OG Sicko on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, whatever. So wherever you guys want to hang out, I believe there's minimal ads on YouTube, Amazon Prime's no ads on Twitch, that kind of stuff. I believe Kick no ads as well. I think TikTok no ads, but it does have kind of the chop stream. Gonna go follow your Twitch. I have a Redstone Shaman too. Let's go. Oh no. Yo, welcome, my boy. Appreciate it. Thanks for the follow. I'm still only mid B tier after a couple of buffs. Shocked. Yeah, I think everything else just got buffed a lot harder, content. Yo, welcome to the apes, my boy. Trust. Appreciate it, homie. Is balance just lacking utility or is it a damage nerf? Wait, what? No. Balance is getting a big damage buff, bro. No. Balance is getting a 20% buff. So it was lacking damage. Straight up. It was just straight up lacking damage. But it's getting a 20% buff, which I believe is going to be solid. Take care, buddy. All right, take it easy, Panda. Thanks for kicking, my boy. Good conversation, homie. Shadow still bottom tier? Yeah, yo, Julian, yo, they did some shit, the Shadow, man. Yo, so they give us all this single target damage and then nerf our Psychic Link by 66%. Absolutely egregious. We have 0 AoE on this class. Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. I'm malding right now. I'm malding. Yeah, it got worse, bro. It got worse. It went from B tier down to C tier. How does this even happen? I see you, my boy. Reaper Locks, thanks for the follow, homie. Dude, bro, like imagine be like, hey, yo, here's some single target damage, bro. And also, you shall touch nothing else. Oh, it's Panda? Hell yeah, bro. What a Chad. Thanks for the follows, boys. All right, yo, you guys got any other questions here real quick? This is where I think we're at. I think we've kind of agreed on this as a community. This is where we think season 1 is going to launch at. So that'll be next Tuesday after the patch changes. Take a look at it. I will post the VOD on the Twitch at least, and then we can talk more. Oh shit. The Reaper, my boy. Look at this man. Is there an overall S class? Subro, Brewmaster. Rest of Druid. Overall S class. Druid. I would say Druid. Or Monk. Druid or Monk. Yo, my boy. Over on the Twitch, Reaper with the sub. I met you with that young special, my boy. Appreciate it, bro. Hit this man with his very first special. Special in the chat, boys. Hell yeah. Enjoy the emotes, man. Enjoy the no ads. We can talk uninterrupted now on the full screen. What a Chad. Appreciate the support, man. Okay, let's see. Any other questions here, boys? Do we all agree? I think we all agree. Why is Fire Mage so low? They nerfed the AoE to... I'm just missing a way to dispel poison. I think you can, no? Am I tripping? Fire Mage is so low. I mean, A tier is not low, man. A tier is good. A and S tier, like S and A tier is competitive. S tier is technically meta, right? By like 3 to 5% or something. But A tier is very good, very good. Like, very good. Damn, Dev no longer Giga Chad? I mean, bro, like, come on now. Like, Cellbroke is just so out of control. It's crazy. Like, Raider Mythic Plus, both single target and AoE. Fire Mage is quote unquote low, which is A tier, which is still very, very good. Very, very good. Because it lost Flame Strike Ignite damage. A lot of Flame Strike Ignite damage, right? So that's going to be a lot of your subs getting nerfed. No, subs getting buffed, bro. No, subs getting buffed. Yeah, bro, subs getting buffed. Guys, yo, I'm telling you, this shit is insane, bro. They're buffing this class, bro. Yeah, subs getting buffed is wild to me, man. Like, that is just crazy. Yeah, so it seems like pretty minor changes. Yeah, basically big changes. Unholy, Guardian Druid. Arms coming up a little bit is nice. Ret, big changes. That Priest going down is fucking wild. I mean, Boomkin coming up, big changes. I think top of A tier. Fury Warrior coming S tier for sure. 10% buff. It was already in A tier. Super solid. I think those are the big changes right there. Those are what I see being the big meta defining changes, right? Are they nerfing Survival Hunter? No. All hunters, I believe, are getting buffed. I think Resto Shaman will get up. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, bro. Resto Shaman needs some love. Resto Shaman needs some love. Buster Slavian moved up from A to S. No, I don't think they were significant enough, which is okay. You got buffed. You're still under the radar, you know, and you're within like 3 to 5% of like. You could make that up with a good parse, right? Like, you basically, I think you're within being able to parse for like top damage, right? Like skill at this point, right? They needed it hunters, yeah. I think slight. What website is it? This is tiercraft.gg. Survival 8% damage nerf in PvP. We'll do PvP tomorrow, boys. We'll do PvP tomorrow. I don't have time right now. I gotta eat some food. Demonology Warlock still goated. I think it's about an 8% nerf. Is what we've kind of all figured out. All right, my boys. Hey, yo, I'll put the VOD over on the Twitch. I got to bounce, man. I got a house showing coming up. We will be live later tonight. I hope to see you guys there, man. Hit that follow. Love you guys. Have a great day. And stay golden, man. Stay golden. Appreciate the new subs. Everybody, welcome Reaper, Lumberjack, over to the Sick Apes on Twitch. I'll see you guys over there, man. Let me drop you guys the Twitch link one more time just in case you want to come kick it with us full stream. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Deuces.